never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Tornadoes tore through parts of Texas and Oklahoma on Friday, killing at least one person, injuring dozens of others, and leaving dozens of homes and buildings in ruins. Tornadoes hit hard in McCurtain County, Oklahoma, in the southeastern corner of that state. Cody McDaniel, the county's emergency manager, confirmed one death, although he didn't immediately provide details. The small town of Idabel saw a church, medical center, and a school torn apart. Governor Kevin Stitt said search and rescue teams and generators were being sent to the Idabel area, praying for Oklahomans impacted by today's tornadoes. Stitt tweeted, "Folks are spending a ton of money on these campaigns." While President Biden was attacking him for wanting to sunset all legislation, including Social Security, every 5 years, Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott, who heads the party efforts to get more GOP members elected, was in Georgia. He introduced candidate Herschel Walker with a host of zingers at Democrats.
Raphael Warnock and Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer are the answer to all these. High gas prices, high food prices, open border, high crime, fentanyl all over this country.
It's the final weekend before Election Day. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis held a Don't Tread on Florida campaign in Flagler County Saturday morning, touting what he says was a triumphant recovery for the state from the COVID-19 pandemic. DeSantis claiming that because the state did not subscribe to the hysteria of COVID, Florida fared better financially than their Democratic counterparts through the pandemic, creating a freer Florida.
We chose freedom over Fauciism, and we are better off for having done that.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951 8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
There could be a deep freeze on diesel.
Major fuel companies are sounding the alarm of an upcoming diesel fuel shortage that could soon impact your wallet. The United States is down to a 20 to 25-day supply of diesel fuel. Typically, that number is closer to 35 or 40. Rick Todd is the president and CEO of SC Trucking Association. He tells Fox and Friends First, this isn't a good situation for the trucking industry.
There's no way any company can absorb cost increases like this, and any business that can't pass on their costs isn't going to stay in business for very long. So, and the larger fleets are a little bit better positioned to deal with these kind of conditions, but the smaller fleets, and like 91% of the nation's truck fleet, these companies have 6 or fewer trucks.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Brooklyn Nets guard Kyrie Irving, who was suspended indefinitely in the fallout of his social media posts promoting an anti-Semitic film, will have to meet with Jewish leaders and with the team before he can return to play, General Manager Sean Marks said on Friday. Here's Marks on why Kyrie was suspended after his postings.
When you're dealing with, when you touch subjects like this and you don't show remorse for them immediately, that's when people start asking questions. That's why we're here doing this right now.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summer Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got hot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, I guess there ain't a whole lot of options. Ready or not, clock says it's time for the big show. Yeah, the big show. Hey, just like that, we close out another weekend. Turn the page on the calendar, 7th day of November. Yes, Election Day Eve, that would be. The big day Tuesday. All right, big show, big week. Highlighting Election Day on Tuesday. The blood moon visible around the world, coinciding with the red wave. Is that just a coincidence? We'll find out. And, of course, then Veterans Day coming up later this week. OOIDA kicks off their Truckers for Troops campaign today, as a matter of fact, November the 7th. It runs all week long. Tell you more about that coming up. How about that weekend, though? Yeah, and it's all settled and done. We've got World Series champion Houston Astros. How about that heat wave? They pulled it off after all. Indeed they did. Hey, you lost another wager there, didn't you? What else we got? We got NASCAR champion. Yeah, championship wrapping up this past day. There was actually some good news and not so good news in regards to NASCAR this past day. We'll break that all down for you coming up here. And, of course, NFL action, college football action. We've got lots to cover. How about the Roll Tide? Whoa, wait a minute. Did they lose again? They did. Surprise, surprise. So how was your weekend? Guess all things considered, could have been worse. Mentioned last week the grandkids had got sick. You know, young Rowan had the strep throat. Little Avery, the youngest grandson, came down with the influenza A. Of course, he has subsequently passed that on to his little sister, and I think his daddy's got the sore throat, so it's kind of going through the Sommers household there. Princess went to bed Friday evening. She had, I got a sore throat. I said, oh, you know what that means. Yeah, young Rowan passed it on to Mimi. So, yes, indeed, that's how we spent our Saturday. I had to get out there and got on top of it right out of the box. Went in, got the strep test. Sure enough, it was positive. So she's been on antibiotic for about a day and a half now, already beginning to feel. Doesn't take long for the antibiotics to really begin to kick that strep throat thing. And Rowan's feeling a lot better now. So that's how we spent our weekend, seeing as she was sick. We didn't get to do much. It was a stick around the home 20, do some yard work. Yeah, we got the fridge and the freezer cleaned out, all getting ready for Thanksgiving, right? And it was a windy day. My, Saturday, the winds kicking up 50-mile-an-hour winds. And, of course, there was a broad swath of the country that dealt with not only the high winds, but severe weather that turned out to be deadly. Tornadoes rampaging across the southern plains Friday into Saturday. Death toll is 2, according to the latest I'm seeing from AccuWeather, and dozens of others injured. Over the weekend, the word was take shelter immediately, life-threatening situation. Of course, is it Idabel, Oklahoma? The southeastern corner of the state. Tornado would later be rated as an EF3 tornado. by the National Weather Service. That was responsible for one of the fatalities on Friday. The other fatality just to the south there in Texas. National Weather Service actually issuing the first tornado emergency, as they call it, since back in the springtime. And that was for Ida Bell, extended into Broken Bow and Eagletown as that tornado continued to churn, tearing buildings apart in McCurtain County. County emergency manager confirmed at least one fatality. Didn't give any additional details, though. According to the Texarkana Gazette, that twister created total destruction on the east and south sides of Ida Bell. A medical center, church, school, all torn apart. At least 19 preliminary tornado reports recorded in Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas by the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center. A majority of the tornado reports came out of Texas, where they had at least 12 preliminary tornado reports. Severe weather changed through northeast Texas on Friday as those storms rapidly escalated as tornado warnings, hail reports, flooding threatening the region. Of course, AccuWeather had been warning about this for all of last week, so we knew it was going to be kind of a rough and tumble weekend. Saturday afternoon, the National Weather Service in Fort Worth found damage consistent with a high-end EF3 tornado in Lamar County there. Winds up to 160 miles per hour. Yeah, photos showing a section of power lines, power poles tilted or toppled over. Yeah, the wires tangled and torn. A few of those lines had fallen into a nearby road, damaging storage. Pretty much devastating. Yeah, they interview some of the folks there. Roughly 50 miles to the south of Powderly. Yeah, forecaster Tony Lobach caught video of a possible tornado in Sulphur Springs, Texas, before it went back up into the sky, lifting there. Survey team determined the tornado that impacted areas southwest of Sulphur Springs, Texas, was a preliminary EF2, maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. Yeah, the tornado that impacted Athens was given a preliminary EF2 rating by the National Weather Service over the weekend as well. Just north of Athens in Brasher, Texas, cows grazing in the field who seemed to not be disturbed as the tornado raced across the background there. All right, we had a handful of minor injuries as a result of the storms in Ida Bell, according to the emergency management director there. Police said 100 homes affected by the tornado, 63 of which were totally destroyed. Now, west of that town, strong winds from the storm caused a semi to flip on Highway 69-75. Power outages were in the tens of thousands of customers in Texas after those storms had moved through Saturday night or Friday night. By Saturday morning, still tens of thousands without power. Over 21,000 customers in Louisiana, 12,000 in Arkansas. You woke up with no power, of course, impacting air travel over the weekend. Hundreds of flights arriving and leaving Dallas-Fort Worth International were either canceled or delayed as those storms ramped up. Over 600 flight delays as well. So kind of as forecasters had predicted, indeed, quite the violent weekend. Compliments of Mother Nature. Now, as we move into a Monday, close out the weekend, the weather map is relatively quiet tonight. Still a few showers and thunderstorms in eastern New York, on up into parts of New England, across central Vermont into New Hampshire, and on up into Maine. Yeah, that's the tail end of that frontal system pushing off to the east. For the most part, through the heart of the country, it's relatively high and dry. You get out west, where the very active weather pattern will continue as we get the new week underway. One storm system after another to be impacting the Pacific Northwest tonight. We've got some snow falling in the higher elevations all the way down into northern California. By the next few days, we could see a little bit of snow even reaching higher elevations all the way into southern portions of California. We'll break that all down for you coming up as we roll into a Monday. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Hope you had a good weekend. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, that's our number, and we'll get to your calls coming up here. So I guess I'll have to run out and get me some Powerball tickets today. Can you believe that? Still no winner. At the Saturday night drawing, which was preliminarily going to be a $1.5 billion, $1.5 billion, was actually bumped up to $1.6 billion due to the number of ticket sales by Saturday night. With all those tickets sold, still no jackpot winner. I don't think I'll be going too far out on a limb. The number right now is $1.9 billion for tonight, Monday night's drawing. I have a sneaky suspicion it'll probably actually be a $2 billion drawing. Based on ticket sales, we'll have to see how things go on a Monday, but isn't that incredible? Of course, tonight, Monday night, next chance to see if we can find a winner. Of course, the $1.9 billion is if you're paid out through an annuity over 29 years. Even the cash payout, the lump sum of cash for tonight's drawing, nearly $1 billion. It's $929.1 million for the cash option. I mean, think about that. I mean, realistically, I know most people typically take the cash option, but when you're getting into these kind of numbers, I think it would be wise. Would you really want to give away $1 billion by taking the cash sum versus the 29-year payout? Think of the annual payment. That's just astounding. Either way, the number keeps growing, because no one's come up with the magic combination. Now, of course, the odds, 1 in 292.2 million. 1 in nearly 300 million are the odds. But what do you think? Will tonight be the night? I really thought going all the way back to Halloween, when the number was at, 700 and some million, I believe, and it's grown astronomically since then. This will be, I believe, the largest jackpot ever here in the USA. I'll double check on that. I think the Mega Millions, didn't they have a 1.5 something billion dollar payout? I know it's the largest Powerball jackpot in history, but could very well be $2 billion tonight. Carolina Monkey Gouger, it's a Monday. What's happening?
Hey, Steve, go ahead and save your money. I went over there to the root doctor and got some numbers. She put the voodoo on them. I got the winning number tonight.
Okay.
And when I win, we all going to Barbados for a month. We're going to have one hell of a party down at Barbados.
No doubt.
And no doubt, buddy. We're just going to buy us a cruise ship. Stay on a month-long cruise. You know, you never can tell.
That's kind of funny.
But,
I was talking to the wife yesterday. I was talking to the princess, and we were talking. What would you do if you won a $2 billion jackpot? I said, hey, we could live on a cruise ship. I said, hell, for that matter, we could actually buy a cruise ship. You know.
That's right. We thought our own cruise ship line.
Yeah.
You know. But you were talking about your grandson or granddaughter come down to flu A. It is running rampant in the schools at home, and Boone got it the first part of the week and in the nursery, and baby sister got it Friday. She had to come home from school, and I tell you what, she got her a double dose of it. I went and seen her Friday night when I got back from deer hunting, and she was not feeling good, and it was a mess.
Yeah.
I felt sorry for her. You know, they're little like that. There ain't nothing you can do for them, but she said, you gonna spend the night? I said, no, baby. I said, Pig going deer hunting in the morning. She said, well, I'll be ready. I'll be better in the morning. I go with you. I said, no, I don't think you're gonna be better in the morning. But this has been a total weekend of disappointment. I mean, everything. I lost a buttload of money. I think I lost about $60 on all these damn rigged ass football games. You know, first of all, Tennessee just turned over to Georgia.
Yeah.
And lost on that one. Then LSU spanked Alabama's ass, lost on that one. So and then them old mackerel snappers up there in West Bend spanked Clemson's ass. And I said, oh no. I said, 3 for 3. I said, that's a record. And and then today, Daffy Duck wins the NASCAR championship. I said, this has been a weekend from hell.
Well, at least it wasn't a Toyota. It was a Ford. I know you're not real happy with that, but it was not a Toyota.
Well, you know, that ain't nothing but a old rebuilt Dodge. So anyway, you know, if it had been anybody but Daffy Duck, I could handle it. But Daffy Duck, we're going to put up with him for a year being a NASCAR champion. Oh, man. But, you know, Steve, the next day, I want to shoot the weatherman over there in South Carolina. I owe him a good butt cutting. Saturday morning, this old big deer been just tormenting the hell out of me. And every morning at 9:45, he shows up on my deer camera. And I said, Saturday, I will have him on my wall, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, weatherman predicting thunder showers for the PM, you know, starting about 6 o'clock. And I said, you know, they're going to be stirring good before this storm. I said, this will be my chance to kill Big Boy. So I got up yesterday morning, and you couldn't see your hand in front of your face for the fog. And I started to go back in there and get back into bed. And I said, no, I done got up, drank my coffee. I'm going deer hunt. So I eased over there to the deer stand, got my four-wheeler out, and I drove about I was about maybe 500 or 600 yards from the deer stand. I eased up there, not thinking I was going to get ahead of him, and he wouldn't know I was in the area. And I'm sitting there right at the crack of day, and I hear boom-a-loom-a-loom-a-loom-a-loom-a. I said, damn, they're cranking them jets up my dirt over there at Shaw Field on Saturday. And it wasn't 3 seconds later, man. Now, you think about it. I'm sitting in an all-metal box, the highest point in that whole field, and I'm sitting there, and a crash of lightning come through that deer stand. Wow! I said, holy moly, look at this. So I picked my feet up, everything I could to get it up in the chair, and I sat there for about daylight to 9:45. It come a torrential downpour. I wasn't getting wet out there. That lightning was peeling them pine trees around there, making toothpicks out of them. I said, oh, Lord, I sure hope me and you on good terms. I said, because I'm definitely in a damn lightning attractor.
So in other words, your thunderstorms were a good, 8 or 10 hours early? Is that what you're saying? Hey, hold that thought. News break, bottom of the hour. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. U.S. President Joe Biden told voters in Pennsylvania that a Democratic loss in Tuesday's midterm elections would have decades of consequences, while Republicans, including his predecessor Donald Trump, predicted a sweeping victory. Here's some advice for anyone following the U.S. midterm elections on November 8th. Be ready for a long night and maybe days of waiting before it's clear whether Republicans or President Joe Biden's Democrats will control Congress. All 435 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives are up for grabs, as are 35 U.S. Senate seats and 36 governorships. Republicans would need to pick up 5 seats to take a majority in the House and just 1 to control the Senate. Election workers in Arizona's most fiercely contested county faced more than 100 violent threats and intimidating communications in the run-up to Tuesday's midterms. The harassment in Maricopa County included menacing emails and social media posts. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, hello to young Colton. Joins us tonight, first out of the box at the midnight hour there on YouTube. Guess Colton's got a off day, school off. As a matter of fact, the grandkids actually have Monday and Tuesday off this week. Not sure why. Veterans Day's not till Friday, but a couple of extra days, extended weekend. That gives them extra time to get all healed up before they go back to school, right? Hello to Philly Dan. Congratulations to the Houston Astros. They hammered us Paul Pelosi style. Ha ha, all right? Said, man, you can never give Tom Brady 60 seconds on the clock. Hello to Heavy D and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe out there. And shout out to all the hard-working American truck drivers. There you go. Randolph is on board. Gerald checks in here on a Monday. Ronald Reagan asked this question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? If yes, then your choice of voting is clear. If not, then change your view. Yeah, we'll find out there. Maybe, or maybe not Tuesday night. You heard in the news break there, they're saying, yeah, you may not know before you go to bed who's going to be in control of Congress. It may be a day or two afterwards. In other words, it may be Wednesday, Thursday. My question is when, why, or how is it so difficult now? Yeah, traditionally, I mean, growing up in my early years of voting, you knew come the midnight hour, you knew pretty much what was going on around the country. That's a whole new ball game today, but I digress. Back to the Monkey Gouger. Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, thank you, Steve. Anyway, the other night when I was down there visiting Biscuit, I was trying not to wake the little one up, and I was telling JJ and them goodbye. He heard my voice, then my eyes come open. And he's 5.5 months now. They got him eating baby food, and he was just trying to get to me and talking to me and carrying on them blue eyes just a bat. And he was giving somebody hell. I don't know who he was talking to, but he was like yabba 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 yabba. JJ said, "Well, you done woke him up. You want to feed him?" Yeah, I'll feed him. Well, that child, every time they hand him to me, he decorates me. I don't know why, but he'll decorate me. So, anyway, we set him in the high chair. Well, little Boone has figured out if he blows back, that baby food will go everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I got them carrots, applesauce, trying to feed him, and he blowing back, and I got more of me and him that I think he got in his stomach. I said, Lord, you know something. I said, being a granddad is special, but sometimes I wonder, you know. So Debbie looked at me and said, you think he got it in his stomach? I said, he got something. He's quiet, he ain't fussing. But, you know, Steve, talking about this voting deal. Me and Debbie went and early voted Wednesday at the courthouse. You know, we was going to get ahead of the game.
Mm-hmm.
We got up there, and the line was out the courthouse, down in the parking lot, and it took us an hour and a half to vote.
Wow.
And I mean, there was a lot of conversation there. Things got kind of heated up there between some of them in the back of the line there. They got to fussing about the way the Sumter County Council was running something, and everybody was in agreement, you know, and they was hollering and screaming and carrying on, and they had to call the deputy sheriffs up there. I said, all I want to do is come in here and vote. I didn't want to come in here and see a killing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, every place I've seen and talked to, people, you know, lining up for this early voting. I mean, it's good to see these big crowds are getting involved. You know, and I was pretty happy with that. And we'll see, too. Well, it'll be Wednesday before we know anything. Probably Thursday. But the other thing, I don't know if you heard the top of the hour news when that trucking official was talking for the American Trucking Association.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear that one comment he said about the trucking companies that make up the backbone of trucking are 6 trucks or less?
Correct.
You know, he said go put a hurt on a lot of people. I think they said we're down to 22 days. Resources or whatever. I think we're headed for a big mess if this thing takes off like they're saying, you know. Because I kind of kept up with it while I was at the house. They talking about diesel fuel in some places could be up to $9 a gallon. People can't afford that.
No.
And the rates are not going to go that high. So, you know, I reckon they have to start shutting them down till they get things sorted out. So I wonder what old Joe Blow is gonna pull out his hat this time.
You know, late last week, he had made the comments about he was kind of bitching about the oil companies. Remember, he said they're not drilling enough. Well, then over the weekend, Saturday, he's at a rally somewhere, I think in New York. For the governor there trying to support her. And he said to one of the, you know, there's someone there holding a sign up about, you know, no more drilling. And he actually came right out and said, yeah, we're not going to, no more drilling, no more drilling. It's like, well, make up your mind. Do you want them to drill more or are you saying no more drilling? We know what the answer is, but.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, that we had a conversation the other night at Deer Camp. And we were talking about this, and I said, Bo, you got to understand, Joe Biden ain't the president. I said, you might as well go ahead and look at where it's coming from. And I said, it's them cronies from that Obama carryover are running this show. And I said, you know, he don't know what he's saying when he gets up there. I mean, he stood up and tried to get a dead congressperson to come to the podium. You know, this guy is just completely gone. He's toast. And I'm hoping that when the Republicans take over in January, that they finally censor him or do something. Because, I mean, we're the laughing stock of the world right now. We got a brain-dead idiot up there in Washington that don't know who he is running this country. And I only see it getting worse for the next 2 months. So, anyway, that's about all I got for you tonight, Captain. We'll be hollering at you tomorrow night. We'll be back out here trucking and terrorizing the world.
Back on the road. All right. Well, at least you don't have to wait in line for 2 hours on Tuesday. You done got it behind you. So, all right. So just wait for the results now. All right. Have a good morning, Carolina Monkey Gouger. There you go, out of the box. Yeah, we got an update here on the diesel inventories. I got several stories. Saw that Lone Ranger posted one of the Artemis boards, I guess they call them, one of the overhead signs up in his neck of the woods about, out of diesel at one of the filling stations there. And there's a number of areas there in parts of the Northeast that are talking about outages at some of the truck stops and things of that nature. Start with the latest from the Energy Information Administration. Of course, they told us several weeks ago when the whole headline about the 25 days of inventory for diesel, jet fuel, heating oil. We haven't been so low on inventory since 2008. And it's particularly severe in the East, along the East Coast. According to analysts speaking with Newsweek, Mansfield Energy, of course, the major fuel supply and logistics company based in Georgia, but they operate in every state. Put out the news release that the East Coast fuel markets are facing constraints due to market economics and tight inventories. According to them, extremely high diesel prices, which have surged due to the low inventories, combined with high demand, are really concentrated in the Northeast. Supply outages are also currently hitting the Southeast, they tell us. These shortages, according to Mansfield, it's a combination of poor pipeline shipping economics and historically low inventories. Now, they did say they identified the most acute shortages in 7 states, including the likes of Alabama, Georgia, Maryland, North and South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. These 7 states have been given alert level 4 by the fuel supply company to address market volatility, while the entire Southeast was moved to code red. That requires a 72-hour notice for fuel deliveries when possible to ensure fuel and freight can be secured at economic levels. Normally, East Coast markets would have about 50 million barrels in storage. Sometimes a lot more than that. Now, this year, the East Coast has less than 25 million barrels on hand. That means when bulk traders go to pool their inventories, they may not find much left in the tank. So for some of the East Coast fleets, now is the critical time to make sure your supplier has a plan for the winter to keep your equipment running. Outside the East Coast, markets could face some challenges as well, but most of the biggest issues are concentrated eastward. They did write that they expect shortages to be, quote, painful at the macro level, raising diesel prices to a point that's going to make demand drop and hopefully offer some relief to the low inventories. But they do not believe there will be a nationwide lack of diesel. That's not to say there won't occasionally be a situation where there's a true physical lack of products. Some cities might run dry on diesel for a few days, at least at the terminal level, they said. But the fuel supply chain is pretty dynamic. Suppliers will try to fill the gaps in supply. According to Patrick DeHaan, Gas Buddy's head of petroleum analysis, he'd be more cautious before saying outages are incoming. It's very touch and go right now. I don't believe widespread outages are imminent, he said. Now, there are a few retailers here and there that may have temporary delays. A lot of bending is going on behind the scenes. There are some pretty significant challenges, primarily, again, in the Northeast. I don't expect it to be anywhere near what we saw with the Colonial Pipeline outage back last year, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on. All right, as we roll into a Monday, lines available, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, so again, I guess it was it must have been Thursday, because we talked about Thursday night, Friday morning, where Joe Biden's out there and trying to support the Democrats on the campaign trail and went into this tirade about the big oil companies. They're not drilling enough. We haven't slowed them down, was his quote. They should be drilling more, and we'd have some relief at the pump, right? So then he's out over the weekend. Yesterday, as a matter of fact, 2 days before the midterms. Kind of a testy exchange with a climate protester at the end of the last-minute rally trying to support New York's governor, who it looks very much like she may be out of a job here in a couple of days. But speaking at Sarah Lawrence College in Yonkers, kind of touting his achievements in office, lambasting Republicans, particularly Hochul's rival, Lee Zeldin. But as he's wrapping up the speech, a climate protester shouted something that made him kind of annoyed, visibly annoyed. No more drilling, Biden said. After the protester continued to shout at him, he shot back, sounding even more irritated. There is no more drilling. I haven't formed any new drilling. Now, you could then hear the protester making objections to offshore drilling in the Antarctic and the Gulf of Mexico. That was before I was president, Biden says. We're trying to work on getting that done. Now, that's kind of doubling down on the climate agenda right there on the eve of the midterms, despite the evidence that it has in part contributed to the increase in gas and diesel prices. Patrick Gahan, again of GasBuddy.com, said that major petroleum refinery snags and policies disincentivizing more fossil fuel production or nationwide refinery capacity have indeed contributed to the uptick in prices this year. When Biden took office, January of 2021, the average price of gas was $2.37 per gallon, according to the EIA. Now, of course, the president blames Vladimir Putin and the Ukraine invasion and corporate greed. Just last Friday, Biden said coal plants were too expensive to operate. And, quote, we're going to be shutting these plants down all across America in order to shift to wind power. Now, after some pushback, the White House started walking back those comments. It's like, Joe, did you actually just say that? We're going to shut down all the coal plants? Yeah, White House press secretary issued a press release the following day that Joe's comments have been twisted to suggest a meaning that was not intended. He regrets it if anyone hearing those remarks took offense. Well, yeah, a lot of people took offense. Yeah, even Joe Manchin there in one of the big coal-producing states. She said the president was commenting on a fact of economics and technology as it's been from the earliest days as an energy superpower. America is once against in the midst of an energy transition. I guess she meant once again in the midst of an energy transition. But some said those were downright stupid comments to be making out there just days before the election. We're going to shut down the coal production, while at the same time we're being advised our electric bills are going to be 26 or more % higher for portions of the country this year. So what else on the list? It's 844-844-3388. Who we got on the line? Horror movie Sam? Who's that?
Good evening, ghosts and ghouls. It's your friend Horror Movie Sam, looking to add some chills and fright to your autumn nights. But listeners, beware, for these horror movies tend to scare. Hey, Steve.
What's going on?
Hey, I run a Halloween movie discussion group that's been going since 2019, so wanted to give a little promotion for it here. But this October, we watched 57 movies. Not everybody watched all of those, but as a group, that was the end total we got to.
So like Halloween 1, Halloween 2, Halloween 3. How many Halloweens we got now?
Yeah, we're up to 10 Halloweens. Didn't make it through all of them this year. We had a smattering from going back 100 years to some super old movies to modern ones. One problem was Kevin was posting cartoon movies that were like 7 minutes long.
Yeah.
Some of the group wasn't happy with Kevin with that. And then Jake, he was saying all the movies were bad. And Alex, he wouldn't watch any sequels. So we had a little bit of issues with the group. But generally, overall, I think there was some good discussion had, and everyone had a generally good time.
Well, we kind of make the transition now. Do you have a Christmas movie discussion board?
There was some talk about that, but there's about like 10 Christmas movies worth watching, and everyone's going to watch, 3 or 4 of them already on their own.
Yeah.
So I realized there wasn't too much to discuss with that. But just wanted to promote the Halloween movie discussion group.
Well, there you go. Well, hope you enjoyed your Halloween. And, like I said, the transition's already taken place. Wife's been watching the Hallmark Christmas movies. Yep, and so it begins, right? There is no Christmas before Thanksgiving, is there? Well, with Hallmark, there is. All right, we're about a minute before we hit our top of the hour news break. What we got on the line? Looks like we'll get to the inbred redneck. And is that Sundance Kid on board as well? Couple of other tidbits while we're on the topic of what's going on with the diesel. Marketers of diesel fuel in western Pennsylvania through eastern and northern Ohio are reporting very acute supply issues. Some terminals, they tell us, are indeed out of product. Some worry that some of our truck stops, our retail truck stops, may soon run out of fuel unless the situation improves. Most people we talk to don't see the supply situation improving probably for another several weeks, according to this report from the Oil Price Information Service. We were told of one independent truck stop operator waiting in line for fuel a full day to get one of 2 loads purchased weekly to fend off his facility, actually running out of product. He said, I was contemplating sending some trucks into Virginia. Prices there are a lot cheaper, but it's probably too far to truck diesel loads, he said. Outages of diesel and other distillate fuels are reported in places like Pittsburgh, Altoona, and Harrisburg, then on west into Ohio, from Youngstown north into Cleveland right now. All right, we'll get a news update here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting at least 9 people were shot Saturday night in a high-traffic area of Philadelphia. Philly police say a group of men exited a black vehicle and started firing, striking multiple victims outside a bar. 5 of those victims were critically injured. Philly PD Deputy Commissioner John Stanford says this was a bold attack in a busy area.
We have some brazen individuals in this city that don't care. They don't care how many police officers are out here, and some of them don't care in terms of how many people are out here.
With voting already underway in this year's midterms, election lies and QAnon conspiracy theories are circulating among Spanish-speaking communities. This is raising alarm bells for advocates that it could discourage Latinos from voting and further divide communities. The impact of disinformation has been especially acute in South Florida, with its large Spanish-speaking community, foreign-born population, and significant political influence. Longtime battleground that's been moving toward Republican, former President Donald Trump carried it in 2020. The state is home to a gubernatorial and Senate contest this year. Election Day, Tuesday, with over 39 million ballots already cast across the country. While we may not know for several days if either party will get majority in the Senate, New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu said on Face the Nation that more has to be done to get Congress working again.
Both sides of the aisle in Washington have set a horribly low expectation for Washington. I mean, think about it. They pass, one way or another, they pass a bill, Republicans or Democrats or both, and we cheer it. It's supposed to be this great success because they got something done.
Going into Election Day, the Senate is split at an even 50-50, with the Vice President able to cast deciding votes. In the House of Representatives, Democrats hold a small majority, but recent polling indicates that will likely change on Tuesday. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
The Supreme Court has removed itself from the legal battle on student loan debt forgiveness.
Supreme Court Judge Amy Barnett has rejected a second challenge to President Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Now, the decision doesn't change the appeals court ruling to temporarily block the program, but it does keep the Supreme Court removed from the legal battle. Biden announced the program in August, forgiving up to $20,000 in debt from student loan borrowers. Although the program is on hold, the Biden administration continues to encourage those eligible to apply for forgiveness. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
President Joe Biden will travel to Sarah Lawrence College on Sunday to campaign with New York Governor Kathy Hochul as she fends off a fierce Republican challenge for re-election. Democrats are fighting to keep their majorities in the House and Senate even as polls show Republicans hold significant advantages on issues voters are most concerned about going into the Tuesday midterm elections. This is The Call on the Jets radio network as Michael Carter rushes in for a 6-yard touchdown to cut the Jets' deficit against the Buffalo Bills to 14-10.
Bills show blitz, takes the snap. Carter a run up the middle at the 5 at the goal line, walks into the end zone. That's a Jet touchdown. Terrific drive by the Jets.
The Jets went on to beat the Bills 20-17. The team that many were picking to go to the Super Bowl didn't look very super today. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, once again, welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend. Another in the books. Boy, they go by so quick, don't they? Hello to Santa Claus on board this morning. Top of the morning, Steve. 68 degrees here in Knoxville. It's 46 degrees at my home 20 of Sacramento, California. Going to be headed over towards I-95 tomorrow. Hey, you're a long way from home, aren't you? Don't get over this side of the country all that often. So, all right, enjoy that. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. There's Larry checking in 70 degrees at this hour at the New Jersey-New York state line. Happy on board, double nickel degrees in southwest Hamilton County. A busy night so far. Stay safe out there, hammer down. We're down to T-minus 2 days. Yeah, election day. Yes, indeed. All right, busy night, huh? Okay, I guess party animals out there. What's going on? Copy the mail, 5-7 on board. There's Kevin, 47, clear outside my northern Illinois bunker tonight. It's Flapjack here, sending good wishes to all your drivers from coast to coast out there tonight. Richard on board, morning from Central Florida, 71 degrees. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Timothy checks in, rock pick. Happy Monday, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and all the wise old night owls out there. 51 degrees, Rochester, New York. Checking in from the phone. Stay safe and enjoy. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion. Bull Holler. Morning, Steve. We've got 61 degrees in Delaware, North Carolina. I'm posting this for Tuesday morning so I can be first before Philly Dan. A special Tar Heel shout-out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from LL Parks Livestock tonight. All right. Hello to Miss Millie. Checking in. Morning, Steve and the crew. Just checking in to say hello and everybody stay safe out there. Buckshot on board. Morning, Steve, and the rest of the Hot Shot Secret crew just chilling out at the home 20 tonight. Stay safe, everybody. I'll be listening up till time I finish the rest of my adult beverage. All right, enjoy that. Matthew, morning, Steve and Kevin the Cat. Happy National Cancer Awareness Day today. Daniel's on board from Tacoma, Washington. There's Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Hope you had a good weekend. It's another Sunday night on the docks here. It was a crazy Saturday for football. I know my Vols lost to Georgia, but at least it wasn't a blowout. The one thing that at least we will make one of the big bowl games, unlike the mediocre seasons we've had in the past. Oh, and before I forget, congratulations to the Astros on their World Series win. And I hope we can win the Powerball later tonight. Yeah, we're all on that bandwagon. It'd be nice if one of us would win, wouldn't it? Somebody out there in listener land. Gail said, yeah, that'd be all that. You'd buy a lot of tacos with $2 billion. You know what? Forget that. If I win that money, I'm eating Red Lobster. You could even do it one up on that there, Gail, right? Santa Claus said, speaking of the Powerball, I've been purchasing tickets in multiple states as I travel across the country. Hello to Dingbat. Good morning. Just 9 more days until my surgery. I'm getting more and more nervous with each passing day. Okay. What else we got here? Too Tall checks in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Hope everyone had a nice weekend. Take care. Have a safe week. 64 degrees in Raleigh, North Carolina. And one last comment from Santa Claus. It's been pleasurable hanging out in a red state for the last few days. Hopefully the red wave will come out to vote on Tuesday. California, on the other hand, is a lost cause. All right, good to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388. Would that be the inbred redneck?
Oh, buddy, you know it is. I got to know what's going on there. We had a party up here for a week. I got a keg of beer, a couple cases of liquor, and 2 of the favorite redneck girls, and we had a party for a week. And, buddy, let me tell you something. The other night, I don't know if you're aware of this or not. What was going on with you? There was a clown. There was a wig. We zoomed in.
Yeah.
We zoomed in.
Uh-huh.
You know, you can zoom in now, and daggone, you had the redneck girls tore up, buddy.
They like that?
Yeah. I say, now, Steve's an all-American guy. I said, he's probably the straightest man in the country. We turn you on, and daggone, you's wearing a wig, Steve. Honey.
Happy Halloween.
I thought I was hallucinating. Yeah, buddy. I thought I was hallucinating up here. I thought the oxygen got a little bit too thin. I thought I was smoking one too many cigarettes, buddy. Yeah, I tell you what. But I tell you what now, last week was a humdinger. Who needs the Powerball? It's like Tina Turner said, we don't need another hero. I'm going to tell you this, you don't need the Powerball, buddy.
Now
I had the secret.
What's gonna do me better than a $2 billion Powerball win? Let me guess. Dogecoin?
Well, Steve, you missed out, buddy. It was all last week, buddy. By the 31st, buddy, let me tell you, I made more money than most guys driving truck do in 6 years. Of course, I went all in, people. My brother was calling me crazy. He said, why are you buying them Dogecoin? It's 5 cents. And then, boom, when it popped up to 14, he sung a different story then, Steve. Let me tell you. All on old Elon buying out Twitter, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Speculation. I knew it was coming. I was just waiting for my entrance. But there's still a lot there. I ain't going to tell you you're going to become rich overnight, but I will tell you this. I believe there's a couple of good runs left in it. And it's 13 cents. I think the last time I checked, every common man out there can get in on it, Steve. So, but yeah, we come out good. I still got about 400,000 Dogecoin sitting on the side. One time, in early October, well, about October 13th, I had close to $1 million. So it is what it is, buddy.
I hear you.
But
I knew when I saw where when Elon Musk completed the deal with Twitter. Of course, he makes he makes comments about that. What was it? They're going to start accepting, the Dogecoin for. Was it Dogecoin or Bitcoin that they're going to accept for like the Teslas?
Well, the news that I heard was a bag of different cryptocurrencies, that would be able to be used to get Teslas. Now, in the past, he had ran a little deal where he would let you buy merchandise, like Tesla merchandise, with Dogecoin, but not the actual Tesla car. But the main thing would be the acceptance on Twitter. He's going to monetize that whole platform, buddy. He's making the big upper crust of the world, the blue check marks, pay to have their blue check mark. And the blue check mark means you're confirmed. You are actually that person.
Correct.
And I don't know if you've seen it. What's her face there? The little red-headed girl that thought she was a comedian and held up the
Kathy Griffin,
supposed severed head.
Yeah.
He bumped her off Twitter, suspended her, Steve, for she was trying to impersonate Elon. So he gave her the boot. She's gone, brother. She's gone. But, I mean, that's what all the Dogecoin hubbub was all about. But I think there's a couple runs left in it. And it may be late December, maybe Turkey Day, who knows, somewhere around in there. And I just want people to make them some money, be happy, and everything else. I mean, looking at everything that's going on in the world right now, I mean, I was thinking about this the other day. What good will money do me? But daggone, if you can't go out and buy you some groceries with this diesel fuel shortage, buddy. This is starting to get a little bit iffy, a little bit scary, if you ask me. Common people cannot absorb these prices. And old JB, he's up there and he's thinking, well, we are in the midst of a transition to different energy sources. Well, attention, Joe Biden. The only people transitioning are those kids that are confused right now. They ain't nobody else transitioning because they ain't got the money to transition. They ain't got the money to go out and buy solar panels and the dang old windmill and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? They are trying to force a transition.
Correct.
And all we got to do is hang in here. We just got to hang in and say no. And I know it's going to get tough on people. But if you think about it, it was like a teacher told me years ago. And it come to pass. It come to bear, Steve. If they stop the music industry from producing records, they were vinyl at that time, 8 tracks, cassette tapes, that it would almost destroy the U.S. economy. Now, look at what we're looking at now, Steve. You get any song you want to for free off the daggone internet, and it's all coming true. It's all coming true, buddy. I don't know if we're going to make it through it. But all I can say, people, is if a goofy hillbilly can figure out how to make some corn squeezins, ferment them up, and make some daggone fuel for your daggone car. Now, I ain't saying that you should run it off of it all the time, but I'm just telling you. Now, if I had to, I've got me about 10 gallons are laying around here to make sure I get out to the gas station. You know what I mean, buddy? Just a little bit of backup.
Yeah,
and plus, it makes good cough medicine.
It's just good for what ails you. All right. Well, you know, good for the cough, and well, it maybe not good for the engine, but I guess if it'll get you from point A to point B, it beats having an empty tank, right? All right, inbred redneck. Have a good morning. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, there you go on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Yeah, tomorrow. Moon shining bright out there. If you got the clear skies, which we do. Looks like a full moon, but technically it's tomorrow night. And, of course, the full moon coincides with a total lunar eclipse, which will be visible on 4 continents tomorrow night. The moon, as it slips into the Earth's shadow, expected to turn blood red. Sky watchers in North and Central America, Asia, Australia, and the Pacific Islands and parts of South America will be able to catch this celestial showcase. All right, there you go. If you want to take a photo, they say use a camera, put it on a tripod with exposures of at least several seconds. According to NASA, the moon will enter the outer part of the Earth's shadow just after 3 a.m. Eastern Time, 3:02 a.m. It begins. The totality of the eclipse gets underway at like 5:17 a.m. That's where it's supposed to begin to turn that blood red kind of color. So from 5:17 till 6:42 a.m. Eastern Time. And, of course, now with the time changing over the weekend, as things are winding down, sun begins coming up about 6:30, 6:45, somewhere in that range in the Eastern Time. They're on Tuesday morning. But they do say mentions of a blood moon can be dated back as far as the Bible in the book of Acts. When Peter addressed the crowd, he says, "The sun will be turned to darkness and the moon to blood before the coming of the great and glorious day of our Lord." In current times, there are some religious, so-called religious leaders out there that take the blood moon to be a sign of the prophecies, end of times, and all that. All right, there are no solar or lunar accidents, said one of these televangelists, but all right, for what it's worth, I'm not even going to mention his name. 25 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. What you got for us, Horse Feathers? Got some issues on the roads again tonight?
No, morning, Your Honor. So now the signs were all clear. They were just stating miles and times. They were supposed to have that, closure on I-83 from 41A to 46A all the way through Monday morning. And signs are all clear of that. So I don't know if that closure is still going on up through the morning. I don't know how far into morning it was supposed to go, or they got their work done early and packed up and put everything away. So I guess maybe if somebody's got the PA 511 or lives up there in the Harrisburg area or traveling through there, maybe they can report and give an eye in the sky. Well, I hope they don't have an eye in the sky, but they maybe an eye on the road report there, right?
Right.
But anyways, I don't know. Caught the end of the race yesterday. Went to turn on the 6 o'clock news, and of course, with them racing out there in Phoenix there at the end of the season instead of down there Homestead, what is it, Miami area down there, where they normally ran the last race of the year at. So So anyways, that threw the time off there, so there wasn't no 6 o'clock news. But we did watch Joey Logano there capture his second Cup Series championship. So I guess that was all good. Somebody works that hard through the year. I guess they deserve to end up being the champion. So anyway, I don't know. Didn't really see what he did through the year, but he must have done something because he was in the Final Four there, right? But anyways, so other than that, we're starting to get a little bit of clear sky. I think there's still some clouds to the west, but we've got some stars shining, and the moon's out there pretty bright when you can see it through a cloud. But had some good rain showers through the evening down in Maryland. But up here north of the Macy-Dixon line there, it's all dry right now. So I never did figure that out. Why? How is it this Mason-Dixon line there is a weather divider? Do you know anything about that, you and the AccuWeather gods? Do you know how this Mason-Dixon line can actually stop weather in its tracks?
I guess it's what is it, elevation, terrain. I mean that can always play a role in.
I mean, you'll be down in Maryland and it'll be raining and that, and you'll cross that state line there coming up 83, which is right where the Mason-Dixon line is. It's right on the state line, and you'll come out of Maryland and, I mean, 1,000 feet later, and road's dry. It's like, what's the difference? And it'll be the same way coming down when the wintertime and that. We'll be in snow up here in Pennsylvania, and you'd be going down 83 and get ready to cross into Maryland, and all shuts off. Road's clear, road's dry, no snow. It's like, how does the weather know where the Mason-Dixon line is? I'm just curious about that there. So maybe we could pose that question to the higher ups of the AccuWeather gods. Maybe they have an answer for us. But anyways, hey, I'll take my winnings there in 29 years of installments there.
All right, yeah, 20. I think that's the smart way to go. Hey, I got to get my news break here.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. U.S. President Joe Biden told voters in Pennsylvania that a Democratic loss in Tuesday's midterm elections would have decades of consequences, while Republicans, including his predecessor, Donald Trump, predicted a sweeping victory. The biggest names in U.S. politics, Biden, Trump, Obama, visited Pennsylvania on Saturday, hoping to tip the balance in a pivotal midterm Senate race between Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and Republican celebrity doctor Mehmet Oz. Elon Musk bought Twitter, started firing great swaths of staff, said he would charge for the blue tick, blamed unnamed activists trying to destroy free speech for repelling advertisers, and caused those advertisers to take a long, hard think about whether they still want to spend on the social media company. Elon, let us know. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it. What are we looking at here? So we got the two-tall Soma on board. Hello, Soma. Says congratulations to the Houston Astros for beating those Phillies. The best team won. Okay. Ronnie checks in. Good morning, everyone, from Brandon, Mississippi. How many millions of dollars did you say that guy in Houston won from the World Series there? Let's go, Brandon. Yeah, that would be 75 million. Mattress Mac, as he's known, cashed in big time when the Astros beat the Phillies Game 6 there Saturday night, winning a record $75 million on bets that he made on the Astros to win the title. It is the largest payout on a single legal sports bet in U.S. history, they say. He wagered a total of $10 million with numerous sports books to cash in. His best was a $3 million wager made back in May with Caesars Sportsbook at 10-1 odds. He totaled $2 million in bets with BetMGM, another $2 million in bets with Barstool Sports, and $1 million each with Win, Unibet, and Betfred, as it's called. I have no fear, he said Tuesday in Atlantic City, New Jersey. I have a high tolerance for risk, as he put it. No kidding. And that fearlessness paid off. How tweet it is, $75 million. And he did say tweet. How tweet it is, as he sent out a tweet with a picture of him with a briefcase full of cash. Now, this is the guy that owns the gallery furniture. He also released a statement thanking his wife, the Astros, and the city of Houston. He referenced the incident in which he cursed at Phillies fans while defending Jose Altuve. This last week has been especially beyond words. An incident that was just me trying to defend my city, and our team galvanized the city. It's beyond words. My gratitude for all of you always having my back. What can I say? That was his quote. I love y'all. I love this city. I'd do anything for you. I'm so proud to be a part of the city, and as always, stand up for you for what's right. And like in Hurricane Harvey, Imelda, and more, always do my best to act quickly and on the side of the people, there in Houston. But yeah, that made for a good weekend, $75 million. Maybe he can put a few of those millions down on maybe the Powerball tonight. You got your Powerball tickets?
Yeah, you just think. Yeah. Wife stopped there and she cashed in our big winning ticket there that we had from Saturday there, and got some more for Monday here. So we got the Powerball, Your Honor. We won $4.
Oh boy! Woo-hoo. All right, you doubled me. I won. I made a $20 wager, but so that's 10 sets of numbers, and I did get the number 20, the Powerball on one of those tickets, and that was it. That was the only matching number I had. $2.
Okay. So anyways, there we got those tickets and that, so we're ready to try again. But yeah, I'll take the 29 years of payments there, because I think I'd go right out there with the first set of payments, and I'd probably go and spend that right up first, right when the first got the check there. I think we'd do that, and but I don't think I'd have any problem securing a loan there to if I wanted to buy something more than what I had. I don't think I'd have much of a problem securing a loan if they knew what I had for investments coming in for the next 29 years there.
That is correct.
I think we'd be pretty well set to do whatever we wanted. But so anyways, did that Falcon Heavy, did that get off the ground? Did they get them satellites up in the air with that?
Last week the Falcon Heavy did. Yes, indeed.
Okay. Yeah, I never did see a report whether it got up in the sky and got up there, and did the two things make it back to the ground like they were supposed to, and the third one burn up and everything happened?
Yes,
I take
sir.
it the way it did, because I didn't hear anything about it. So anyways, but I guess the last thing to report on there is the grandson got his first ride in a fire truck over the weekend there. We went out, and local fire company was doing a fundraising thing there, selling pork and beef sandwiches there that they roasted big kind of like a barbecue. They call it pit beef there. They smoke the meat right there on site and cut it all up and slice it up for sandwiches and stuff. So they usually do half dozen of them a year there at the firehouse. So what better thing to take to the firehouse than a fire truck there? What do you think, Your Honor? Drive your fire truck to the firehouse?
That works, absolutely, yeah. So I guess he had a good time.
Wife, Yep. Wife said, well, where are you going to park that big thing? I said, I'll show you. I got right there and pulled in, and, of course, they're using the inside there. They had a holiday craft fair going on, so they had all their equipment outside on the apron out in front of the building. Heck, I backed right in next to all their equipment, put mine right in line with all theirs. So, but anyways, so I had a good parking spot. But, so the grandson, he had a good time there, liked riding in the fire truck there. And I don't know if you saw the post or not, but he got to sit in the seat there that Captain Stanley rides in there in the TV show Emergency there. There was I think there was a total of 3 captains maybe on the series there.
Mm-hmm.
But Mike Norrell there that played Captain Hank Stanley there, he had the part the longest there. He was probably, I think he was there for 4 or maybe of the 6 years. So anyways, that's kind of where all that came from. So if somebody saw what I put up there or wants to go see what I put up, there's a picture of the grandson there riding shotgun there over there on the passenger side of the fire truck. So, but anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you. guess the weather's supposed to be pretty decent all the way up till Thursday. It said something about storms Thursday or Friday now, so we'll see where all that develops out for us between you and the AccuWeather gods. And try to find out about that Macy-Dixie line thing. I ain't got that figured out yet.
I'll see what I can dig up. All right, have a good morning there, Horse Feathers. Speaking of space launches, you got, let's see, actually Tuesday. Yeah, Election Day, November the 8th. It looks like that's the next slated launch. This will be another SpaceX Falcon 9 launch. And rather than the Starlink satellites, this is going to be, I guess, two larger satellites, Galaxy 31 and Galaxy 32. The next satellites in Intelsat's comprehensive Galaxy fleet. It's kind of a refresh plan, is a new generation of technology that'll provide Intelsat media customers in North America with high-performance media distribution capabilities, unmatched penetration of cable head ends. Galaxy 31 and Galaxy 32 critical to Intelsat's U.S. C-band clearing strategy. So that launch again Tuesday at 11:06 a.m. from Port Canaveral there, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Just a busy, busy schedule. It's impressive how many launches SpaceX has pulled off this year alone. Sundance Kid, what's happening this morning?
Hey, not much, Mr. Sommers. I was wanting to know, do you think it's time to nationalize the energy industry?
Nationalize it? You mean kind of like Venezuela when they took it over?
Yeah.
Well, based on how things ended up in Venezuela, that didn't work out too well.
Well, there's more to that story than that. But when you don't know the International Monetary Fund, they'll do anything to destroy you because they don't want everybody else to be debt free, and that's what Venezuela was debt free. But yeah, we can nationalize it. We don't have to have all this problem with price of diesel going up and down, sideways, shortages.
Well, I mean, this administration wants to eliminate fossil fuel. I mean, so if they took it over, I guess they want to shut it down ultimately.
Well, how do they want to do that?
Well,
how are they trying to shut down?
Well, Sundance, I mean, just go look at your president's quotes and comments. I mean, he even made some of those comments over the weekend.
What did Trump say about it over the weekend? He had a couple of rallies. What was Trump's big issue this week?
Well, I'm sure Trump is out there touting the fact that we're going to make America great again. He would immediately.
Did you listen to his speech?
I did not listen to his speech.
But you listened to Biden's?
I didn't listen to Biden's. I just caught well, yes, Sundance. I am a Trump supporter. And I can assure you I don't have to listen to his speech. I know what his message is. His message is we're going to reopen the drilling in the Arctic, which he had opened, and Biden shut down the first day he took office. He would most likely, he would most likely reopen or refire up the Keystone XL pipeline. I mean, he would do everything he can to make us energy independent, which Donald Trump did successfully do when he was president. He made us energy independent.
Okay. Well, Trump went over and made a deal with Saudi Arabia and Russia about drilling oil, right?
You've talked about that before, but go ahead, get to your point. You got to bash Trump. I mean, can you say anything positive about Biden?
I'm voting for. Hey, look. I'm voting for Biden. I'm voting for Trump next time. If he runs, if y'all nominate him, I will vote for Trump.
Okay.
I'll give you $1,000 if I don't.
Okay.
Because I want him to destroy the country the rest of the way. Y'all don't even.
My Sundance! You're so damn lost in the abyss, Sundance. No. What did your president say over the weekend? Did he not say no more drilling? Right on the heels of bitching about The oil companies not drilling enough last Thursday. Sunday, yesterday, he's in there. He's standing there in Yonkers, New York, and he addressed a climate change.
Don't give him no credit. Don't give Biden no credit. You know he don't have a brain. He can't carry on the conversation.
Yeah.
He's stupid as hell. Everybody knows it. But when he says something you like, you agree, you heard everything, and you give him all the credit in the world for that. Y'all are amazing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He can't do nothing, but then he.
What do I give Biden credit
can't
for?
Hold a conversation that he's going to stop the drilling.
Okay, well, if Joe, I think you probably agree that he's not really the one that's calling the shots there, but those that are pulling the purse strings or pulling the puppet strings, they do want to shut down the fossil fuel industry. That is the Democrat leadership.
People?
Well, you tell me. I'd like to know who these people are. I mean, did you not say you agree that Joe's not the one that's leading things? Is Joe, or is Joe not making the calls?
No, Joe's not making the calls.
Okay, well, you asked me the question. Now, who's making the calls? You don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows.
Who? Okay, well, I'll tell you who made the calls when Trump was president was the oil companies in this country. Told Trump to go over and tell them to shut down in Russia and Saudi Arabia, because if not, when gas went below negative, where they would pay you to take the oil and gas, when we should have put up the strategic oil platform.
Yeah.
Trump went over and said, y'all need to stop.
I want to correct you there, Sundance. Donald Trump did. He tried to get the SPR filled to capacity. They actually had put the legislation in place to fill the SPR. I think it was at $20-something per barrel. And your Democrats, a.k.a. Chuck Schumer and the leaders, took that money out of the legislation to refuse Trump to be allowed to totally fill the SPR. That's your Democrat leadership. Just wake up and smell the coffee. I don't have time to waste listening to that kind of nonsense. All right, but they exist. And you know what? He gets a vote, and his vote will count just like mine. If he were to reside in the state of Ohio, he'd probably be the vote that would negate every one I voted for, because he's going to vote up and down the Democrat Party. And what did he say? I'll vote for Trump because I want to see him destroy the country the rest of the way. That's very intelligent. And we'll be back into...
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I guess you'd call it kind of a bittersweet weekend in the Joe Gibbs racing community as Coy Gibbs, vice chairman of NASCAR's Joe Gibbs Racing, passed away. That announcement this past afternoon, just hours before the Cup Series championship race was set to begin. He was only 49 years old. Gibbs' son, Ty Gibbs, actually won the NASCAR Xfinity Series championship on Saturday night. Yeah, he was actually set to race for Kurt Busch in the Cup Series finale, but was removed due to what they called family emergency. Hours later, the team revealed that, his father, Coy, had passed away. It's with great sorrow that Joe Gibbs Racing confirms that Coy Gibbs, co-owner, went to be with the Lord in his sleep last night. The family appreciates all the thoughts and the prayers and asks for privacy at this time, according to the tweet. After Ty won at Phoenix, Coy Gibbs actually talked to reporters about the win. He was the vice chairman there at Joe Gibbs Racing. When you start this day, you just want to get it over with, he said. You just want to get past it. I think he's just doubled down and did his job after making a huge mistake last week. It was fun to watch. He was talking about his son, Ty. Of course, Coy Gibbs, the son of Joe Gibbs, the former NFL coach who actually started Joe Gibbs Racing in 1991. Coy Gibbs also served as an assistant coach for the Washington NFL team from 2004 to 07 under his dad. He actually played linebacker in Stanford, 1991 to 1994. He ran in the Truck Series back in 01 and the Xfinity Series back in 03. Finished with 21 top 10 finishes in the Truck Series, 2 top 10 finishes in the Xfinity Series. So how about that? His son wins the championship, and he passes away in his sleep that evening. I guess that was very unexpected there, right? All right, 844-3388. Get back to your calls momentarily here. Well, Horsefeather's talking about the warm temperatures. Hope you enjoyed that warm weekend after a very nice record-challenging temperatures for this time of year. Actually, a running of the New York Marathon. Things are going to be changing. Some cooler days are ahead this week. According to forecasters, high temperatures will be close to 20 degrees above average over a pretty large area, the Mid-Atlantic, the Central Appalachians, New England, as we get the new week underway here. Of course, the New York Marathon taking place this past day, and temperatures more typical of mid-spring rather than late fall. But it was pretty much ideal conditions to get out there and do some yard work. It was kind of windy yesterday, so raking leaves might have been a hassle, but high pressure that had its origins in the southwestern U.S. will be replaced with a high pressure that's originating in central Canada. So as we look toward Election Day Tuesday, probably going to be a good 15 degrees cooler compared to what you saw over the weekend and even today, Monday. Despite the more seasonable temperatures, storms with rain and snow will avoid the region. Probably going to see bright, sunny conditions there for Election Day. Forecasters will be monitoring a broad area of disturbed weather over the southern Atlantic through this week, which could actually become a tropical system. And some of the models are depicting this becoming a tropical storm, maybe coming in and crossing southern Florida. Potentially it could emerge over the eastern Gulf of Mexico, or it could make that turn in Florida, then exit in central or northern portions of Florida. That's all going to be unfolding later this week. So something we'll have to keep an eye on there in storm-weary Florida. But if indeed that tropical system comes in and kind of skirts up, it would be bringing a torrential amount of rain to the state of Florida, where they're still trying to clean up in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian there. All right, get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. Of course, we have some wintry weather conditions out west with a series of storms that have been coming in, one of which caused a major pileup Friday morning during the rush hour there in Denver. Winter weather conditions. A little before 6 a.m., according to the Denver police, about 100 vehicles were ultimately involved in that crash. No life-threatening injuries, but 13 were actually hospitalized. While the cause of the crash is under investigation, yes, winter weather was reported. You had the icy road conditions. 2 to 4 inches of snow fell in the metro Denver area Thursday night into Friday morning. Colorado DOT said that the city of Denver was responsible for treating the road where the pileup occurred. They also said it may have been too warm for pre-treatment of the roads to have been effective there. So it was icy conditions there in Denver. News update time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting at least 9 people were shot Saturday night in a high-traffic area of Philadelphia. Philly police say a group of men exited a black vehicle and started firing, striking multiple victims outside a bar. 5 of those victims were critically injured. Philly PD Deputy Commissioner John Stanford says this was a bold attack in a busy area.
We have some brazen individuals in this city that don't care. They don't care how many police officers are out here, and some of them don't care in terms of how many people are out here.
With voting already underway in this year's midterms, election lies and QAnon conspiracy theories are circulating among Spanish-speaking communities. This is raising alarm bells for advocates that it could discourage Latinos from voting and further divide communities. The impact of disinformation has been especially acute in South Florida, with its large Spanish-speaking community, foreign-born population, and significant political influence. Longtime battleground that's been moving toward Republican, former President Donald Trump carried it in 2020. The state is home to a gubernatorial and Senate contest this year. Election Day, Tuesday, with over 39 million ballots already cast across the country. While we may not know for several days if either party will get majority in the Senate, New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu said on Face the Nation that more has to be done to get Congress working again.
Both sides of the aisle in Washington have set a horribly low expectation for Washington. I mean, think about it. They pass, one way or another, they pass a bill, Republicans or Democrats or both, and we cheer it. It's supposed to be this great success because they got something done.
Going into Election Day, the Senate is split at an even 50-50, with the Vice President able to cast deciding votes. In the House of Representatives, Democrats hold a small majority, but recent polling indicates that will likely change on Tuesday. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
The Supreme Court has removed itself from the legal battle on student loan debt forgiveness.
Supreme Court Judge Amy Barnett has rejected a second challenge to President Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Now, the decision doesn't change the appeals court ruling to temporarily block the program, but it does keep the Supreme Court removed from the legal battle. Biden announced the program in August, forgiving up to $20,000 in debt from student loan borrowers. Although the program is on hold, the Biden administration continues to encourage those eligible to apply for forgiveness. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
President Joe Biden will travel to Sarah Lawrence College on Sunday to campaign with New York Governor Kathy Hochul as she fends off a fierce Republican challenge for re-election. Democrats are fighting to keep their majorities in the House and Senate even as polls show Republicans hold significant advantages on issues voters are most concerned about going into the Tuesday midterm elections. This is The Call on the Jets radio network as Michael Carter rushes in for a 6-yard touchdown to cut the Jets' deficit against the Buffalo Bills to 14-10.
Bills show blitz, takes the snap. Carter will run up the middle at the 5 at the goal line, walks into the end zone. That's a Jet touchdown. Terrific drive by the Jets.
Jets went on to beat the Bills 20-17. The team that many were picking to go to the Super Bowl didn't look very super today. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go. Welcome back on a Monday. To close out the weekend, work our way time zone to time zone. 7th day of November, Election Day Eve. Here it is. Hey, good morning, Keith. Keith says, what's happening on I-81 north of exit 100 in Pennsylvania? Got it shut down. Well, I pulled up your Pennsylvania 511, and you got an accident there. Philadelphia County. Well, that's 95. 81. Let's Pine Grove Township. All right, crash on 81 northbound between exit 100 and exit 104, somewhere in there. So, yeah, all lanes shut down. Something I can pass your way. I have no idea what kind of time frame you might be looking at. Looks like they updated that like at 1 a.m. Eastern time. That's about an hour ago when that was posted. Probably got a pretty good backup going there, huh? All right, good to have you on board. Hello to John, back in the GM parts train family. Being a tanker yanker didn't work for me, sadly. Anyway, I'm ready for some more frozen tundra. Back to summer trips in one day. All right. Stay safe out there. Thank you so much. Handful of folks chiming in about our old pal Sundance there. Rubber Duck, what's going on? Happy Monday. Oh, if my computer would do its thing. Come on, pick up. There you go. Rubber Duck.
There we go. Right, wait, that was you. I thought it was me screwing up. Hey, wait a minute. Well, we got the pro messing one up. All right. I feel good.
What's happening?
Oh, anyway. Think old Mark Martin called that kid the greatest thing since sliced bread back in the day, didn't he? When they first saw Joey Logano?
Yeah.
Well, we might not agree with the kid or whatever, but he's a good hot rod kid, and congratulations to him and Team Penske for winning. And but we'll go with that. Oh man, what the hell did I call about? Jesus, I've been on hold so long I forgot. There was okay. So we was the time change had us up this morning, and now too anyway. Found the movie Big Rig, the original, the old movie from, and apparently this is the 15th anniversary. It was 2007 when that was released. I thought it might have been earlier than that. It deals with us drivers, and for even the big fleets, the small owner operators, everybody, just like we're talking now. And there was a cast of characters in that, and it would be interesting to see what has happened to that cast of characters. Are they still in the business or not? We know one was Phyllis from Uncle Pete's Truck Stop in Lebanon, and she passed away, I think it was July or August. Unfortunately, she lost the battle with cancer, but she was a sweetheart, and that place is still just a great place to stop and be a truck stop. But their battle cry back then was, we've got to come together. We've got to unite. We got to shut the country down. Fuel was at $2.34 a gallon, and that's what they were bitching about. Excuse my language. $2.34 a gallon, not $5.34 a gallon. That's a $3 increase in 15 years per gallon.
More like
there has been in
15 months, right?
No, 15 years. If the cry years ago, 15 years ago, in 2007, was about $2.34 a gallon fuel, but now we are approaching $6 a gallon fuel, so we'll just say it's $5.34 a gallon. It's the same each year. It seemed that they've just added 10 cents a year. 5 cents a year. I'm not sure, but we still have the same issues, and it's never the closest thing it came to being resolved was the people that did something in Canada. And God bless those souls for that. But I've asked my boss to sell the truck because I think he would make better money selling our second truck right now. And the way our business is, me and him slip seat the one truck that we have that still has a payment on it. And maybe he should sell the one he has a payment on. I don't know. I don't know what makes better business sense. He's been in business longer than me.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm scared. I actually had my fuel card shut me off mid-pumping. And with this man, I've never had that happen. We joined up with a fuel card instead of a credit card. My credit card always worked. We paid a higher amount. We got a fuel program to where we save, 15, 25, 50 cents a gallon.
Right.
But this, I had to call his wife. I said, it got me to where I can get to where I need to go, but yeah, I think you might want to check the account or go to the bank. And I've never had to ask these people this in 5 years of working for them. Me as a little guy working for a 1-2 truck guy, I'm a little worried.
Well, you fit right in that category where they
since Wednesday.
Yeah, well, that's what they were saying.
No,
in the
we
news
didn't have any load since Wednesday. I had to get on the internet and find a load. And literally, we thought it was going to do good and get us back to where we could get something to get us into our triangle. And we did okay with it. We just created busy work for me. I probably would have been better just staying home and raking leaves. It would have made more money. I spent $1,300 in fuel to make $3,200 on a trip. I've literally not given up because I watched something today. There's a preacher man on TV down in Texas. He's a good guy. Had something about faith. Got to find your inner faith, and I'm digging deep because I love my guy, and I know your dad always. We got to keep the little guys going. It's the little guys keep America going, but man, it's getting tough, Steve.
I don't think it's going to get any easier in the near future. We know trucking, like anything else, you have your cycles. It's boom or bust, it seems like, in trucking. Last couple of years, it was the boom, and now it looks like we're in the beginning of the latest bust cycle.
Well, with the price of the equipment now and the wait list to try to replace equipment if you need it, or, even like, hell, we get our Jeep back tomorrow. I think it's 10 weeks. 10 weeks it's been sitting at the dealership to get all the brake parts and the suspension parts and everything squared away for it. But that was supply chain issues, not labor issues or anything like that. But it was, getting it diagnosed and then, oh, wait a minute, we've got a back order on these parts and those parts. And I thought the funniest thing was in the world, I needed the cap for the washer bottle. Old dummy me put some washer fluid in it Friday and washed the cap off the top of it. I called Peterbilt dealer. Can I get the cap? No, I can get you the bottle. All right. What? You can't just get me the cap? No, I get you the bottle, but it's on national back order. I just need a freaking 4-inch washer fluid cap thing. I stuck a rag in it, put tape around it. That puts me out of service. It's still got fluid in it, so it's got to be considered a cap. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's that silly. We have to have faith. It's difficult times for people with 1 truck or 5 trucks or 10 trucks, and probably people with 500. There's probably a lot of people sitting up at night right now trying to crunch numbers and make sure that they can make stuff work so people got a job this week. I'm literally took a load off a broker board on Wednesday night at 4:30 in the afternoon and worked it in what I had to do for Thursday. And that carried me through to Saturday to get me home. But I did a 500-mile dead at home. That was still $600 worth of fuel yesterday morning to fill it up to bring it home. And my customers don't have anything for tomorrow.
So you start
Nothing
playing
to send to the auctions.
Start playing the waiting game, right? Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's boom or bust. It's obviously, and we know the trucking industry is kind of like the bellwether, the barometer, if you'd have for the overall economy. We learned many, many years ago that the economists watch closely what's happening with the trucking industry because you're typically, 60, 90 days ahead of what's the trend in the overall economy. I want to get back, seeing as Sundance brought it up, trying to blame what's going on with the oil industry. I won't go through the whole story, but here we are on the eve of the midterm elections, and here in recent weeks, unwilling to be the fall guy or fall guys for surging fuel bills in the run-up to the midterm elections. The typically, some of the low-profile industry figures are becoming a bit more outspoken. Just last week, the chief executive officers of ExxonMobil and Chevron issued grave warnings about Biden's threat of windfall taxes. Marshall McRae, the co-CEO of the pipeline operator Energy Transfer LP, said U.S. energy policy is all over the map. It's becoming like a Saturday Night Live skit. It would be funny if it wasn't so tragically sad, he says. Now, as Biden continues to blame Vladimir Putin and the Russian natural gas that leaves Europe facing a perilous winter, OPEC unwilling to ease the tight oil markets, defying U.S. wishes by agreeing with Russia to reduce their output. Some recent history shows we can play a vital role in ramping up oil production to ease prices and provide energy security. After all, the shale revolution actually added more crude to the global markets than the entire production of Iraq and Iran combined between 2012 and 2020. We had become the biggest producer of both oil and natural gas. We were number one. Now, currently, they say a lot of senior executives are kind of throwing in the towel with this White House. Stephen Brown, an energy consultant who formerly served as head of federal affairs for the refiner Aidenver. He said, when we talk to folks inside this administration, we hear things that are kind of conciliatory, like trying to establish a relationship. Then you turn around and we get hit between the eyes with a tweet. January 20 of 2020, his first day in office, Biden revoked a presidential permit for the Keystone Pipeline, as we all know, the Canadian crude. Days later, the moratorium on new federal oil and gas leasing, which was later overturned in the courts. Executives in the shale patch were infuriated as some of the best well locations in the Permian Basin are on federal land in New Mexico. The message was clear. Biden and his progressive caucus will be no friend to the oil industry. Well, as gas crossed the $3 per gallon threshold middle of last year, some of the senior figures in the administration started paying a little more attention, not only to the prices at the pump, but also their role in pushing up inflation. Critical moment came in November of last year when Biden accused the industry of anti-consumer behavior, complaining that gas prices remained high, even though the oil and gas companies' costs were declining. He actually asked the Federal Trade Commission to investigate illegal conduct. The trust between industry and the administration has been deteriorating ever since, according to the American Petroleum Institute, representing the energy industry. There is a lack of understanding of fundamentals of the energy markets. Now, by the time the Russia invasion of Ukraine occurred in February, the White House had completed an about turn from the earliest days of the presidency. They were demanding the production of more oil and gas. I mean, at the time they said, we're on a war footing. But U.S. producers, still battle-scarred from the height of the pandemic, when those energy prices collapsed, were in no mood to cooperate. After a decade of poor returns for investors, there was kind of a consensus that emerged on how to restore confidence, stock prices. That would be hold production flat and return as much cash as possible to the shareholders. As we've witnessed inflation spiking this year, suddenly it has become clear that the White House has an economic crisis on their hands. No U.S. president has been reelected with gas prices above $4 per gallon. Of course, back in June, we hit the national average of $5 per gallon. All right, Exxon responded by saying that we're investing in the U.S. We're working on an expansion for a Gulf Coast refinery, but the narrative is pretty much clear. Biden would be blaming big oil for the gas prices. Indeed, Biden actually summoned the big executives from all the energy companies to sit down there in D.C., talk to the energy secretary, recall that, the Department of Energy. With that, it is 844-844-3388. 5-7, what's happening?
Remember Peppermint Patty? Well, I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Circle back girl.
Oh, there you go. She made mention that, when they were usually asked, I guess, when you raise tax, and you're not going to raise tax on the people, but the companies you raise tax on will have to raise the prices to help pay for that. And she just come back with an amazing, why would they do that? They have no clue of what's going on. Sundance, thank you for calling in. This is what I've put up with for 18 years out here. I'm serious. It's like sometimes you just got to ask them this and then walk away. You just say, do you believe in male or female? Born that way? Can they be both? How many genders do you believe in? And leave it at that. If they can't answer you square, then I said, well, we'll talk later when you figure that out. But Sundance brought up the fact that Trump was over there trying to get the prices leveled out, which makes sense because our oil companies were not making the profits at the time. And, they right now they're making a windfall profits because they're not allowed to go explore. So the money they would have been using to explore with, and those billions of windfall would have been spent, like I watched Ice Road Truckers. in 2009, they were going out to move a drilling rig that had been there for 3 months and $20 million. And it was going to cost them $6 million a day to move this thing 1,000 miles. And they did not find a drop of oil, which is pretty common in that industry. Sometimes they'll find a little bit, but not enough to produce to justify to be there. So now they've got this windfall profit because they're not getting the leases to do their job. Back then they were hurting, and we heard oil companies crying because they couldn't survive like this because they weren't getting the profits enough to do the exploration. So that's why Trump went over there trying to level out so the profitability level would be a benefit to our oil companies. So he was in doing our best interest at the time. I have no problem with that. Why should you and I not worry about what Trump's saying? Trump don't have anything to do with our life right now. We got 2 years. Is he going to be there? Is he not? We don't. Biden does. This election will be either a rubber stamp for Biden or it'll hold him back. So Sundance, that's how come we don't pay attention to Trump right now. So be that as it may. Let me roll this window up. The trains are still working.
You're about to get run over by a train.
Yeah, track goes right by the shop down here. Here's a oddball. I watch Ice Road Truckers. All right. And I copied the advertisement going on there, and it was talking, stop the racism against white people. And it talks about all the things that Harris said, Biden said about this hurricane, and even about taking care of people in the hospitals. And I put it on your fan page. And I'll be honest with you, never thought at the time that I'd see something like that. And I'm just so embarrassed because I never thought of ourselves as the victims.
Yeah. All right. Well, hold that thought because we're up against the clock here. News break time as we roll into a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. U.S. President Joe Biden told voters in Pennsylvania that a Democratic loss in Tuesday's midterm elections would have decades of consequences, while Republicans, including his predecessor, Donald Trump, predicted a sweeping victory. The biggest names in U.S. politics, Biden, Trump, Obama, visited Pennsylvania on Saturday, hoping to tip the balance in a pivotal midterm Senate race between Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and Republican celebrity doctor Mehmet Oz. Elon Musk bought Twitter, started firing great swaths of staff, said he would charge for the blue tick, blamed unnamed activists trying to destroy free speech for repelling advertisers, and caused those advertisers to take a long, hard think about whether they still want to spend on the social media company. Elon, let us know. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, the whole question about will Trump run? Will Trump run again for 2024? Seeing reports that we may possibly hear something here on midterm election eve. Amid reports that he had to be talked out of making his presidential declaration Saturday night when he was in Pennsylvania. Trump, I guess, teased a potential announcement for tonight in Ohio. Now, he said, I ran twice, I won twice. Well, okay, I did better than the second time than I did the first. Millions more votes in 2020. All right, let's see. Now, in order to make our country successful, safe, and glorious, I'll probably have to do it again. But stay tuned. Now, instead of his recent very, very, very soon teases in rallies last week, Trump suggested something might be coming Monday night, tonight, at his rally for J.D. Vance here in Ohio. Stay tuned tomorrow night in the great state of Ohio. Kind of teasing a long-awaited announcement for 2024. J.D. Vance on the eve of the midterms. Now, first, we have to win a historic victory on Tuesday. Presidential advisor Dick Morris said over the weekend, Trump's repeatedly been held back in announcing officially to give the Republicans, the midterm candidates, the spotlight before Tuesday. This is the year we're going to take back the House. We're going to take back the Senate. We're going to take back America. And in 24, most importantly, we're going to take back that big, beautiful, magnificent White House, he said. We're going to take it back. All right, we'll tune in to the J.D. Vance. That's another closely watched race. But according to the most recent polls, they're showing J.D. with like a 5-point advantage over Tim Ryan in the state of Ohio for Tuesday. J.D. actually yesterday said something along the lines of, I haven't really seen this as being a tight race like the polls have been showing, but hey, we'll find out. Will we know on Tuesday night, or will it be Wednesday night, or time will tell, right? All right, back to 5-7 there.
Yeah, and it's like I mentioned the Sundance. I'm not really worried about what Trump's doing because that's 2 years before I have to worry about that. Right now this is our opportunity to answer Joe Biden. Where this is our opportunity to keep him from what we consider destroying the country, which I don't want to see my country destroyed. I don't want to see even people I disagree with suffering in this country. In my opinion, I wish people would vote morality over the pocketbook, because voting the pocketbook has helped get us into this mess. And
Knucklebuster brought something up last week when he said that if there is this big red wave, if we take the House or the Senate or both, even realistically for the next 2 years, nothing as far as Republican agenda is going to be able to go through, because Biden has the veto power. He's going to wield that veto pen. So we're just going to pretty much spend the next 2 years in a proverbial stalemate.
And it's all the Republicans' fault. It's just constantly all the Republicans' fault. So, yes. And a little bit of fun. I know that the full moon's coming. I heard that on the Steve Sommers overnight drive. I fully understand that, Saturday morning, we're coming down the road. I'm talking to Gilligan. I'm talking to Sexy, and talking to Eskimo Mom. Now, they got weather, and I don't. I'm looking up. I'm seeing them bright. To me, it looked like almost a full moon. You could see the whole moon. Just a tiny tip at the top wasn't showing. It was crisp and clear. And I said, and after toward the end of the morning, I said, to me, it sounds like this is the full moon, because Chris is going up 81, and there's a movie theater playing. And this is 4 a.m, and when Eskimo Mom comes through Cincinnati bound 5, there was a marching band going on in a ball field. I said, good Lord. And down here, there was a whole bunch of people moving around. Of course, I think there was later that morning, I've seen a whole bunch of dog hunters, probably coon hunting down here, big coon hunting clubs and stuff. So it seemed like to me, Saturday morning felt like a full moon, because things got real crazy. But
so somebody
other than that,
had good. They had like the all-night drive-in thing going on, movies all night maybe, or something.
I have to ask Chris. I don't know. He was going along I-81, and he seen that over the hill. I guess he seen that drive-in movie going on.
Okay.
And like I said, an hour later, Eskimo Mom says at 5 a.m, they had a marching band out in the field with the lights on, I reckon. Can you imagine living next to that place? You're trying to get sleep on Saturday morning. They're out there beating on the drum. But, it felt like full moon crazy Saturday morning. Matter of fact, I'm looking at the moon right now. I don't know how you get any fuller than it is right now. It's beautiful out here right now. You can see the man in the moon to the right up close, and if you follow it back, you can see his cabin in the back. So, other than that, like I said, we got us a flat tire. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't gonna wake up the mechanics. They don't show up till 7. That's a pitfall of a small company like this. But we get by, and we're gonna copy the mail, and we're gonna enjoy the rest of the show. How about it? We'll wait for that notification come early morning. Because listen, we know we're in good shape. We know we're in the fight. We know we are there. And as long as we've got Steve Summers overnight drive, thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for this this wonderful program and this platform that drivers can call in. And by the way, thank you the way you handled Sundance. You answered him and you respectfully shut him down, and you done it. You didn't try to destroy the man for his oddball opinions. So, I'm still learning, buddy.
I know
Other than that, we go.
I know what opinions are like. We all got them. Rambler says that they're like noses. I always heard they were like something else, but yeah, right? All right, a little relief at the pump in the state of Georgia, where you've had the fuel tax holiday ongoing. Looks like the governor Friday extended or renewed that for another month. Now extending the fuel tax holidays through December the 11th. Yeah, the tax break for gas and diesel was set to run through this Friday, November the 11th. The state of Georgia normally collects a 29-cent gas tax. It's 32.6 cents on the diesel side. This latest extension via executive order marks the 7th time the governor has acted to suspend fuel tax collections. Back in March, state lawmakers approved a bill. Kemp signed into law a suspension of the fuel tax through May the 31st, saying at the time that the state was in a good position to provide a tax break because they had a $3.7 billion budget surplus through fiscal year 21. He then extended the price break through mid-July. He's then since signed off on 6 monthly extensions there in Georgia. Let's see. The governor's office says the Georgians have saved about $950 million at the pump since the fuel tax was suspended back in March. In addition to the executive order to suspend state fuel tax collection and suspend collection of the state's sales tax on locomotive fuel, there was a second executive order extending the supply chain state of emergency as well. It said high inflation, OPEC's recently announced decision to decrease oil production will continue these high fuel prices. Georgians are still facing record high inflation, growing costs at the grocery, and just before Thanksgiving, the high prices at the pump as they prepare to travel and see family. All right, he's got to do the executive order thing because the legislature adjourned for the year. Kemp did say that the state of Georgia, their fiscally conservative approach to budgeting allows them to extend the fuel tax suspension. So right now, Georgia's state average for diesel, it's about 39 cents below the national average for a gallon of on-highway diesel fuel. According to AAA, the state's average gas price is about 60 cents below the national average for a gallon of regular gasoline there. All right, it's 844-3388. See if Eagle's hanging in there on a Monday morning. Welcome into a Monday. Hey there.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Eagle. What's happening?
Okay, yeah, I'm still here. I was listening to a couple of these calls. Hey, listen, guy, Steve? This what's this guy's name? This Sundance guy. I don't even know why you even wasted your time taking that guy's call, Steve. He's one of the guys, like I told you when I talked to you on Thursday. He's what you call a loser with a capital L. I don't think you have too many Democrats that listen to your show, because they probably don't like what they hear on a nightly basis, because they don't want to hear the truth, and the truth hurts. I promise you. There's not very few Democrats listening to your show right now.
Mm-hmm.
And let's keep it that way. At least I'm gonna try to keep it that way, because I'm gonna say what's on my mind. I don't care what a Democrat has to say, because anybody, like I told you on Thursday, Steve, I have no sympathy for these people. I hope it hurts them to the bottom of of their pocketbook every time they pull up to a gas station. Every time somebody, tomorrow, I'm saying this to all the people that are Democrats that's thinking about walking into a voting booth and voting for a Democrat tomorrow. When you pull up to that fuel pump next week and you see these outrageous prices, you don't have nobody to blame but yourself. You don't blame Joe Biden. You don't blame Vladimir Putin or anybody else that Joe Biden want to blame it on. You blame it on yourself because we've been waiting 2 years for this, Steve, ever since they stole the election. And I still say that I don't care when it's not no conspiracy.
No,
It's
I
the
mean,
truth.
I know
And they
that.
don't.
I know that's an opinion, but we can't say that. That'll get that starts all kind of trouble. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. No problem. Okay. Well. Like I said, Steve. These people. They continue to say. That. Joe Biden is doing a good day. They was on TV once again today, Steve, talking about the accomplishments of Joe Biden, and I'm just what is the accomplishments, man? I think you said that the price of fuel has gone up at least $2.50 to $3 a gallon since he walked into the White House 2 years ago. And I just can't understand, Steve. I asked you this question on Thursday, and I'm still there is no answer to somebody wanting to vote for a Democrat tomorrow. You look at the races that's going on, with Herschel Walker. You look at the races going on up in Indiana and in California and other places, and they continue to say on TV that these are close races that they running neck and neck. I don't see how they can be running neck and neck at this point in some of these states, but that's what these people say. So we'll see how long it takes to count all these votes up, Steve. But I'm like I say, I'm not gonna get upset if the Democrats come up on the losing end. But because you say I can't say that, but you and I both know what the deal is. So hopefully it's a legit country, deal. Because I thought we lived in the United States, not Venezuela or North Korea or South Korea, but it's starting to seem like we live in these type of places, Steve. Okay, and one other thing I want to say before I hang up with you. One other thing I wanted to say about what's his name? What's his other guy's name? Nancy Pelosi. Okay, we don't know no more about this situation, Steve, than we did when it happened over a week ago with Nancy's husband. They claim the man went. They claim that he's at home right now. Still hasn't been no press conference to explain what happened the night of this attack. Nothing has been explained to the police. Police won't release no records. Police won't say they're not going to release no video. So, like I said, we know about as much as we did last week. So you put two and two together, and you'll come up with the answer on that situation. So there's another cover up as far as I'm concerned. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, there you go. Yeah, over the weekend, though, matter of fact, speaking of the Paul Pelosi thing, NBC News had run a report that they actually pulled after the fact. Yeah, they deleted that from NBC's Today Show. I guess in that clip that had run, again, now deleted, they're saying Paul Pelosi actually greeted the cops who responded to that call, the 911 call. Authorities were seemingly unaware they had been called to the home of the Speaker of the House. Pelosi did not declare an emergency, sources told NBC, or try to leave. He walked back into the foyer toward David DePape, who had broken supposedly into his home, and was, that the guy was holding the hammer. Now, NBC News then pulled the report, saying the piece should not have aired because it did not meet the reporting standards. As the Post states, NBC's report contradicted court documents filed in the case that said Pelosi nervously but calmly greeted officers in a dimly lit foyer where both men stood. When an officer asked DePape what was going on, he responded, "Everything's good." But the flashlight revealed that he was holding a hammer with one hand, supposedly, and holding Pelosi's arm with the other. Yeah, but the NBC report did not say if DePape was holding Pelosi's arm when the cops arrived. They said Pelosi had his hand on top of the handle near the hammer itself, but When officers shouted for DePape to drop the hammer, he replied, nope. According to the court documents, at that moment, DePape wrestled the hammer from Pelosi before taking a step back to strike him with full force to the head. That's when officers jumped into action, they say, tackling DePape. Pelosi, the documents stated, was knocked unconscious and remained unresponsive for about 3 minutes. So, yeah, I didn't see the original, whatever it was, that ran on NBC News, but, it makes you kind of wonder. It's 9 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. We return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I remember last month when we were saying good news is bad news and bad news is good news when it comes to the economy these days. The jobs report numbers, the numbers that came out this past Friday, is expected only Friday, 8:30 in the morning. I can't understand how that good news, as far as the number of jobs created, is, again, bad news. That they try to explain. I've always been under the assumption when you're creating jobs, the economy is doing well, right? What you don't like is to see the big unemployment numbers kicking in. Unemployment, so, that means the economy's not doing well. It's the way I've always understood it. So again, Breitbart breaks down. The jobs numbers published on Friday indicate the labor market continues to run hotter than expected, smothering the hopes that it might soften enough to dampen inflation without continuing to raise the interest rates considerably higher. Well, Friday's job numbers raised the risk that inflation is sticking around a lot longer than almost anyone expected. Labor Department announcing Friday that non-farm payrolls grew by 261,000, well above the expectations of about 200,000. Plus, the September figure was revised up by another 52,000, bringing the already hotter than expected prior month figure up from 263 to 315,000. That means there were 65,000 more workers on payrolls in September than expected. So to put that in perspective, the economy needs to add about 70,000 jobs to keep up with population growth while holding the unemployment rate steady. Any job growth significantly above that number points to very high inflationary pressures coming from an elevated demand for labor. According to Bank of America, they said payroll growth needs to drop below 100,000 to be considered a good report from the perspective of the Federal Reserve's fight against inflation. It is possible we may even need to see job growth go negative to seriously bring down inflation, something which Fed officials understandably hate to say out loud. Deeper in the report, they say, was more bad news. The labor force participation rate ticked down again, the second consecutive month of declines. This is particularly disappointing because an increase in the participation rate's probably the only way to ease the tightness in the labor market without job losses. Additional people looking for work may raise the unemployment rate and lower the number of vacant jobs without necessarily requiring massive job losses. If the participation rate keeps falling, it will require even larger losses to soften the labor market. And things kind of twisted, and it's like upside down world, I guess you'd say. News break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. In the preview of a potential Republican presidential primary showdown, Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis will hold dueling Florida rallies on Sunday as the two men battle for supremacy of the Sunshine State and the heart of the GOP. The former president will welcome supporters in Miami, the third stop in a four-city tour that has effectively made Trump a leading player in his party's fight for control of Congress. Meanwhile, the Florida governor is headlining his own events in three counties on the state's opposite coast, Hillsborough, Sarasota, and Lee, steering clear of Trump as he seeks to close out his bid for a second term. We have some vehicles out there with faulty airbags.
The parent company of Dodge and Chrysler has issued a stop driving order for the owners of 4 vehicle models that have been proven to be deadly. Dodge Magnum, Dodge Challenger, Dodge Charger, and Chrysler 300s manufactured between 2005 and 2010 are equipped with faulty airbags. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the defective airbags have been responsible for 3 deaths over the past 7 months. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
There are concerns that Twitter's upgraded subscription service will allow more disinformation to be widely circulated on the internet. Christopher Krebs, who was once director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, said on CBS's Face the Nation that there are reports of foreign actors already trying to take advantage of the system in place ahead of Election Day.
They recognize that political discourse is very divisive here in the U.S., and they have more opportunities probably than ever before to continue to undermine confidence, to create chaos, which is really their primary objective.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Candidates are spending this final weekend before Election Day making their final pitches to voters. In Georgia, more than 2.5 million ballots have already been cast. Former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms says that people need to keep exercising their right to vote, even if polls make it seem like races are non-competitive.
It doesn't matter what the polls say. People still have the ability to show up to vote on Tuesday and to make a difference in Georgia.
The 2 major races in that state are for governor, where Republican incumbent Brian Kemp is holding a lead in polling over Stacey Abrams in a rematch from 2018. The second major race is for Senate, where Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock is in a tight battle with Republican challenger Herschel Walker. The Supreme Court has removed itself from the battle over student loan forgiveness.
Supreme Court Judge Amy Barnett has rejected a second challenge to President Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Now, the decision doesn't change the appeals court ruling to temporarily block the program, but it does keep the Supreme Court removed from the legal battle. Biden announced the program in August, forgiving up to $20,000 in debt from student loan borrowers. Although the program is on hold, the Biden administration continues to encourage those eligible to apply for forgiveness. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
This is USA Radio News.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say it.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right. Everybody on the same page now. Welcome into a Monday for our friends on the West Coast. Pacific time zone. Close out your weekend there. All right, plenty of room for you on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Let's see, Big Sexy checking in from Truman, Arkansas, the home 20. It's 62 degrees, kind of a cloudy, calm winds, a lot of fog tonight. Dense fog on I-55 from West Memphis to the Arkansas-Missouri line. Heads up there. Let's see, it's the fog, also fog on I-40 from West Memphis to Little Rock, all of northeast Arkansas. Fog tonight, so anyone driving out there, be careful. There you go. Thanks for the heads up. Buckwheat here, heading to Manhattan. Hopefully everyone there's asleep when I get there. Otherwise, a good night for driving. 69 degrees along 78 in New Jersey at this hour. Great show tonight, Mr. Summers. Thank you very much. Hello to Rick, checking in from Columbus, Ohio. Hope everybody had a safe, awesome weekend. Go Buckeyes. Yeah, they took care of their business. Got a nice 50 degrees here in Columbus. P.S. The time change sucks. All right. Yeah, not a big fan of the time change thing, but college football, yeah, well, yeah, there were a few surprises over the weekend. Again, Ohio State pulls off the win over Northwestern. Yeah, 21-7. It was by no means a blowout in any form or fashion. One of the lower scoring games for the Buckeyes this season. TCU over Texas Tech. Okay, that was expected there. TCU at number 4, right? The big surprise. Alabama goes down. Second time. Where will they go in the rankings? Yeah, LSU, upset win, 32-31, the final score there. My. As Monkey Gouger mentioned, Clemson, another upset win. Notre Dame, 35-14 over Clemson. So, yeah, a couple of surprises there. Yeah, the most anticipated, at least I felt the most anticipated game was going to be going into the weekend, number 1 versus number 2, Tennessee versus Georgia. Georgia handles business 27-13, final score there. But as Brain Dead mentioned earlier, Tennessee will, they'll be in one of the big bowl games if they do their business and finish out the season as expected to do so. So, yeah, college football, big day, Saturday there. All right, of course, into the month of November now. Final month, technically, of the Atlantic hurricane season. But it looks like the Atlantic season will refuse to end quietly. A tropical system just north of the Caribbean is anticipated to strengthen, becoming better organized this week before headed for maybe the Bahamas or the U.S. or possibly even Atlantic Canada. When it formed on Saturday just south of Puerto Rico, deluged the island several inches of rain. On a northward trajectory, the tropical rainstorm crossed from the Caribbean into the far southwestern Atlantic early yesterday, Sunday. Now, as we watch in the coming days, forecasters warn this tropical rainstorm will become better organized, likely becoming a tropical storm, as it takes kind of a winding track toward the Bahamas and maybe, yes, storm-weary Florida. Yeah, when and if this garners a name, the next name for the Atlantic Basin would be Nicole. News of yet another potential tropical hit, obviously highly unwelcome in Florida, as a large swath of the state continues to recover from the devastation from Hurricane Ian. Now, before this latest threat approaches the U.S. coast, it's going to spend much of the early week taking a gradual northwest turn over the southwestern Atlantic, impacts lingering for several Caribbean islands there. Parts of the Lesser Antilles early into this week could see totals approaching 15 inches of rain in the Leeward Islands. As the storm takes more of a westward track starting later on Tuesday, Election Day, it's likely to gain more organization and grab that 14th name of the season. By midweek, forecasters expect the storm will track across the northern Bahamas, with some of the outer rain bands already creeping into Florida. Rain will move into the Bahamas and Florida around the middle of the week. Flash flooding will be a concern. In addition to rainfall, tropical storm force winds are expected to overspread the northern Bahamas and a large swath of Florida later Tuesday into Wednesday. Now, according to the current track, this has the tropical storm possibility approaching landfall in southeastern Florida on about Thursday. Cannot pinpoint exact times at this point, but any residents from the Keys to the state's Space Coast being advised, do not let your guard down. Closely monitor the latest forecast updates. While the strongest winds will closely follow its center, wind gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour will likely move through as the system tracks a pretty significant distance inland, then begins to move northward up the Florida Peninsula Wednesday through Friday. It's not out of the question, they say, that the system could actually wobble into the Gulf of Mexico for a brief period as it kind of skims along the western Florida coast. So areas likely to face some high wind gusts, places like Fort Lauderdale, Orlando, and Jacksonville. Winds could bring down trees, power lines, transportation delays in some areas. So that's one we're going to be watching in the coming days. And Tell you what, let's head on down to Florida, check in with Philip this morning, because, yeah, is that kind of what you're hearing there at your home 20 there, Philip?
10-4, I sure am, buddy. We're hearing a lot about it. They're calling it a broad low.
Mm-hmm.
So it's further south, though, than what it was yesterday. Initially, the thought was it was going to go in around Jacksonville, and it was going to hit around Daytona in that area. They're really scared about the erosion over on the East Coast right now with it. But also looking at the St. Johns River up over by us and up towards Jacksonville, got a lot of flooding out there still, and people are still cleaning up and everything. So it's going to be something to watch. If you look at Florida from Canaveral's about halfway of the state, all the way down to the Keys in that area there. You know, that's what they're looking at with this one here. So Miami and Lauderdale, Palm Beach, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach, Sebastian, even Melbourne, all those folks, they need to watch out what's going on with this one. It ain't going to be a big storm like Ian, but it's going to be enough to put a punch on somebody. A lot of wind, a lot of rain. We don't need no more rain up in Volusia County where I'm at. We're pretty well under the drink a little bit up in there still. I mean, there's houses a block from my house that have got probably 3 to 4 foot in their backyard still off the conservation areas and the retention areas. So it's nothing to play with. So, but how's your day going?
Well, it's a typical Monday. Start the new week off here. Not half bad. Doing all right.
Well, I tell you what, that time change kind of bit me in a little bit yesterday, because that's right when I get up is when that stupid clock flipped back. And then, you know, get to work and you're an hour early. What's going on with this, you know? So it was a long day yesterday. I got home, I went to bed right away. I slept that extra hour up. So, but it was crazy as heck. Well, I'll tell you what, they're really concerned about with this storm, Steve, is the election. You know, because of the early voting being down, they're thinking a lot of folks were going to go election day. I think this might bring the election count down as far as that goes. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, anytime weather comes into play, nasty weather always cuts down on the turnout at the polls. I don't know. Are they talking about the rains being there on election day itself, or not till Wednesday?
Well, it's you know, initial thought was the storm was gonna be Tuesday and Wednesday. Now it seems like it slowed down a little bit, so we're thinking more Wednesday into Thursday. But I don't know. It's gonna be ugly. They told us to be prepared for rain all week long.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they told us down here, to just be prepared for rain all week long and winds. Like I said, it's not going to be a big hurricane. I mean, they're talking it might be like a 1 when it hits, but still, even that 1 can do just as much damage as what you saw Ian do, and depending with the erosion and the surge. And one thing that kind of concerns me about this guy is a double landfall. If it goes out into the Gulf and it swings back around, you know, the Gulf waters is just as warm as the East Coast side. So this thing could re-intensify when it goes out into the Gulf, and it could swing back around and come right back into, like, say, the Panhandle, or even down at Cedar Key in the Crooked, Florida. So, you know, it's one of those things. I mean, the models, they're lining up really good for Southeast Florida, but they're not spread out as much as it's looking really like a Southeast Florida event, but there's still enough spread on it to where it could be dangerous. Hey, Steve, up there in Cincinnati, have you guys had any problems with people driving one way down the interstates, wrong ways?
From time to time, I've shared a lot of such scenarios this year. It seems like more than typical around the country.
Yeah, we're having a big problem with it down here right now. Matter of fact, we had a crash over the weekend that killed a lady from the town I live in, and she's just going to work in the middle of the morning, just like I am right now, and pretty much same route like what I do, and had a person driving runway hit her head on, and
took her and another car out, and it's getting pretty bad down here. I mean, it's got so bad that they put sensors on I-4 to tell when people are running wrong way on the road. So it's I was just wondering if y'all had that same problem up there in Cincinnati. I mean, it's been real bad down here. I mean, I know Orlando's that way. We have a lot of people that don't know where they're going here because they're on vacation.
Yeah.
And they get on a exit the wrong way and they come in, but it's getting really bad down here. I mean, it's pretty bad when somebody's just trying to go to work and just gets taken out because somebody don't know where the heck they are and evidently don't pay attention to what's going on with all the apps and all the other stuff. So, but that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. You have a good one, and thank you.
All right, you do the same. Safe travels as you head into work on a back-to-work Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we can give you a heads up now. I'm trying to hold on to this, maybe mention it again later this week. It doesn't start till coming up Friday. But a complete closure of Interstate 30 in Little Rock, Arkansas, and North Little Rock. Yeah, coming up later this week, according to the Arkansas DOT, construction crews will install structural steel at the 6th Street Bridge over I-30 in Little Rock. So traffic from the I-30, I-40 interchange in North Little Rock to Interstate 630 in Little Rock, as well as I-40 traffic, will not have access to I-30 westbound during this closure. I-30 eastbound will be closed to traffic between 630 and the Arkansas River Bridge, according to the DOT release. Depending on the weather conditions, all lanes on I-30 will be closed from 10 p.m. Friday, November the 11th, through 5 a.m. Monday the 14th. Also, the frontage road south of I-30 will be temporarily closed between Airlane Drive and Leander Street. Several other frontage roads as well. They go through the whole breakdown of the detours and all that, but just give you a heads up there again. Coming up next weekend, be a mess along I-30 there in Arkansas. Little Rock, North Little Rock. Knucklebuster on a Monday. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Oh, that won't be no problem. All the trucks going down there on I-30, they take that I-440 around. You're going straight through on I-40, That ain't gonna mess with you. Just get up there and go in them. You go from the left 2 lanes to the right 2 lanes there, 67, 167. Just keep on trucking straight. That won't be no problem for anybody. Just people going downtown is what that's gonna mess with there. See, when you got people that can't read or speak English, that's what happens a lot of times. They don't know which direction they're going there. Right?
Yeah, right.
We got a bunch of people like that nowadays, don't we? Yep. Hey, Nick, you got a second? When you're on top, buddy, there ain't but one way to go. I want to congratulate University of Georgia and LSU. I even saw where Arkansas lost. I don't even know who the hell Liberty is. Never even heard of them there. I guess I just ain't never paid no attention to them there, right? Right now, if the SEC championship game was played, it would be Georgia and LSU. So we'll see what happens. We still got 3 more ball games to go, I believe, there, but I could be wrong on that. And congratulations to them Houston Astros for the World Series. Old Mattress Mac, if he ain't real careful, he might wind up one of them 55-gallon drums out there in Lake Mead there. Oh, wait a minute. They can find them now, so they'll have to have a different train station there, Rick. Well, see, you know who the new Israeli prime minister is?
Netanyahu again.
Yep. They claim it's going to be a more conservative government than it's ever been before. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I read where Miss Argentina and Miss Puerto Rico got married. I bet they don't own a green couch, do they? Probably not.
Probably not, no.
Yep, And I read where a lottery winner over in China, he donned a mascot costume in order to hide the jackpot money from his family, $30.6 million. Hell, that's pretty cheap. So you won't give none of your family none of it there. And I'm gonna make an asinine statement here. Oh, wait a minute, let's get TB12 in there too. He won yesterday, too. I'm going to congratulate him there. And then I guess Ohio State proves again that they don't play anybody, right?
Oh, boy.
And we all...
Yeah, well, hold that thought. I'm looking at, I guess, the latest rankings, what they have. Georgia at number 1, Ohio State at number 2, Michigan at 3, and TCU now at number 4. Showing Tennessee drop down to 5th with their loss to Georgia over the weekend. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. President Joe Biden and former Presidents Barack Obama and Donald Trump head to Pennsylvania, hoping to tip the balance in a midterm race that could determine control of the Senate. Biden is talking up his party's book, saying he plans to discuss high prices and record profits with big oil companies as the rest of us deal with high energy bills. Meanwhile, former President Barack Obama caps a 5-star tour aimed at stemming the party's losses in Tuesday's congressional elections with appearances in Pittsburgh alongside Democratic Senate nominee John Fetterman before heading to Philadelphia, where he'll take the stage at Temple University with President Biden. North Korea has launched a series of missiles this week, including a possible failed intercontinental ballistic missile, drawing condemnation from the United States, South Korea, and Japan, and raising speculation it could be preparing to resume nuclear weapons testing for the first time since 2017. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. There you go. Hello to Scene Unseen. Jumping in on a Monday. Morning, Steve. Looking forward to another great week of programs. Hope you had a good weekend. Looking ahead to an eventful week here, no doubt. As far as the wrong way drivers, hit and runs. When you hear about such things briefly on the news breaks, you just think drunk illegal aliens. Try to keep that in mind, yeah. All right, yeah, we said hello to Rick there earlier. Lori Glory on board. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. I'm in Fort Pierce, Florida. Weather here saying Wednesday into Thursday for the tropical storm, maybe hurricane here on the East Coast. Be safe out on that big road tonight. All right, good to have you on board. Again, it's 844-844-3388. Oh, there's Norman just checked in. It's a blizzard. It's a bizarro world. Bizarro. Checking in from north central Kansas. Cold, clear morning. Kind of relaxing here at the home 20. All right. Good to have you on board. All right, let me get back, finish up with Knucklebuster. I think he had a little more baloney for us.
Oh, yeah, I will retract that last statement there, Steve, because we know that was an asinine statement there. There's no guarantee for a win the minute you step on that field there. Well, let's get off that subject and get on the trucking there. The little guy always suffers during bad economies. Steve. Companies like mine got 100 trucks. They just went out and bought 40 brand new trucks and 40 brand new trailers. So they replace it. They replace the trucks every 5 years. That's how you can write them off your taxes. I think it's about every 10 on the trailers. So I mean, and that the thing is, they don't have enough drivers to fill all them trucks either. So if one breaks down, they've got another truck they can put you in and keep you going there. So I don't know. It's kind of expensive buy a brand new truck just for parts, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that's all my bull on it for this morning. There, man, you got a great show going on there. And as far as that fog over there in Little Rock, I just put my butter knife out there and piece of toast there. That way I got something to cut it with and spread it out on. Y'all have a great day, Steve.
There you go. Thank you for checking in, Knucklebuster. Well, they call it the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, right? Dolly Parton led a supergroup in a rousing rendition of Jolene as Eminem brought the entire room to its feet at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Gala over the weekend, which included what they call the most eclectic group of legends in years in an ode to rock's spirit. So you've got the country music queen and the rap agitator, joined by the likes of the Eurythmics, Lionel Richie, confessional lyricist Carly Simon, and the enduring rock duo Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo. Dolly said, "I'm a rock star now." Okay. Good for you. The 76-year-old, of course, tried to decline the prestigious honor because she didn't feel rock enough. I didn't understand at the time, she said, that it's about a little more than that. Artists including Pink, Brandi Carlile gathered to perform the Dolly's classics, the likes of 9 to 5, before Dolly returned to the stage in a stunningly bodycon outfit, dripping in chains. There you go. So Dolly Parton, Eminem. Wait, what is the, quote, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Right? All right, plenty of room for you here on a Back to Work Monday at 844-844-3388. Something to keep in mind, maybe when you head out to the polls, if you haven't already done the early voting thing. If you head out on Tuesday like I plan to do, remember, the president is welcoming at least 6,200 border crossers and illegals into this country every single day, according to the numbers shared with Breitbart from the Federation for American Immigration Reform. For the month of October, close to 87,000 successfully entered the United States at the southern border without being apprehended. Those are what they call gotaways. The gotaway figure only includes those who the Department of Homeland Security is aware of, which means potentially thousands more may have successfully entered via the border. The number of gotaways is particularly significant, as over the last 2 fiscal years, more than 68,000 border crossers and illegal aliens with criminal records were encountered, including many that were apprehended by the Border Patrol at the U.S.-Mexico border, suggesting that many criminal illegal aliens are likely successfully evading apprehension on a monthly basis. Agents have reason to believe those who have criminal records or are on the terror watch list are among those sneaking through. Now, on top of the gotaways, the figures suggest likely 105,000 border crossers and illegal aliens were released into the interior of the U.S. by this administration as part of their catch and release network. You know, the primary responsibility of the federal government is to protect Americans and protect our interest. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have knowingly, willfully, and consistently violated that responsibility. We have never seen such numbers in our history. And this administration's open border policies are solely to blame. There are numbers. These are numbers the American people have a right to see within what was once a traditional time window. We're glad we could assist. They cannot continue to cover up what's happening by waiting until after business hours in the second half of the following month to release their data. The latest figures show that the Biden administration has released nearly 1.35 million border crossers and illegals into the interior of the country after having briefly apprehended them. The number of border crossers released into the U.S. interior for the month of September is still unclear, but Dan Stein with FAIR suggested Republicans need to bring impeachment charges against the Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas should they take the House and the Senate after the midterms, because Mayorkas continues to purposefully ignore our immigration laws, abandoning the policies of the previous administration that were designed to keep our borders secure. On that basis alone, Mayorkas must be brought up on impeachment charges in the next Congress. And if they do indeed take control, which all signs point that direction, I think the paperwork's probably already been drawn up for that, for what it's worth. Morning, Brain Dead.
Well, good evening, Steve. I just feel like I went 20 rounds with Mike Tyson tonight, but I don't know about other LTL carriers, but our freight is way off. I mean, since I've been back over here a little more than 2 years, I've never seen our bill count lower than 800, and they started off tonight saying that we had 300 bills on the yard and 200 bills on the way. Something's off. I mean, I know our change of operation probably has people scared, and the economy, so we're going to get through it eventually and get back to where we was with the outrageous freight bill counts and all of that, because I heard through the grapevine that our Holland terminal laid 20 people off this past week, and we laid another 20 off. I can't confirm or deny, but judging by the way our yard's looking, I wouldn't put it past them, because we're having the hearing Wednesday for our change of operation, and I won't be able to attend it, so I'll just go to my normally scheduled regular union meeting on next Sunday to go catch up what's been going on with that. But how was your weekend?
Pretty uneventful. Princess came down with, little Rowan passed on his strep throat to her, so we ended up pretty much just stuck in the house kind of thing. So.
Oh, the gift that keeps on giving, the good old strep throat.
Exactly.
You know, Christmas will be here. he should have saved that for Christmas at least. I mean, at least everybody could have got a good round of it for free.
Mm-hmm.
Being a cheapskate you are. But now, you talking about the lottery? We got our tickets. We won $4 the other night too. You have to be careful if you win in any big amount. The states vary on the amount, but you have to be made public. And with something this large, I would not take the 29-year annuity. I would take the lump sum payment, get a good financial advisor, and put it into some sort of investment, because the state's going to make that interest off of your money. Yes, you're getting a cut of it, but you're not getting the full share. But also, too, Steve, I know in Arkansas and I think in Georgia, you can remain anonymous, like South Carolina. Remember the one with Mega Millions that was like $1.5 billion?
Yep.
And they said that somebody claimed it and they couldn't identify it? That's what a lot of the states need to do, because you have a huge target on your back. I mean, there's nowhere you can go without people seeing your face and trying to hit you up for money, or let alone breaking into your house and robbing you. I mean, they said, do you remember the couple that was the three winners in the 1.6 billion Powerball one the last time, the three people?
I remember, there were three winners.
The one from Tennessee, the one they stupidly went on national TV and said, hey, we won the money. They had a big target on their back. Their financial advisor embezzled several millions out of them before they caught it. He went to jail, and I believe they moved somewhere in a secluded spot in the Smoky Mountains. That's what the lovely Google says. But I got old Dingbat over here. She's telling me she's ready for this surgery to be over with next week. And I'll be glad too.
Yeah.
That way I don't have to hear 4 Lives Matter. That way I don't have to keep hearing 4 Lives Matter and plop. I know it's the Gator. What is it? The Gator motto. But yeah, her team beat Texas A&M. I'm surprised Heat Wave hadn't called in and kind of what do you call that? Oh yeah, I know. But kind of say something negative, But anyway, Steve, I'm heading to the house. So we'll see y'all tomorrow night.
All right, good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in. There you go. How many stories over the years have we heard where people win big, millions of dollars, and they kind of say it ruined my life. $57 million Powerball win ruined man's life. He died penniless and alone. That was one of the stories from earlier this year, as a matter of fact. David Edwards was unemployed, living with his parents, when he won $57 million in a Powerball jackpot. And yeah, it actually changed his life for the worse. I'm sure not all have to go through these kind of things, but the whole rags to riches, back to rags story. Yeah, let's see. They've got the story of 4 ticket holders that lost millions to tax fraud, scams, addiction, blowing all their cash on luxury cars and huge mansions. First guy, Dave Edwards, as we mentioned, was a convicted criminal, unemployed, living with his parents in 2001. Purchased one of the 4 winning tickets in a $280 million Powerball jackpot. Now, he took his payout lump sum, $41 million, which translated to, after Uncle Sam, it was $27 million in the bank. Spending spree, luxury cars, 200 collectible swords, luxury homes in Florida and California. They estimate he spent $12 million of those $27 million in the first year alone. He even bought his own jet and had a personal pilot. Blew his winnings on 3 losing racehorses and acquired a fiber optics installation company and a limo business. Then he and his wife became heavy drug users, became so sick from addiction that he moved into a hospice in Kentucky where he died penniless at 58 years old. Next guy, $13 million winner, Florida lottery. Took his winnings in installments. $666,666 annually, but along with his wife, wasted no time splurging on large ticket items, jet-setting around the world, meeting celebrities from Oprah Winfrey to Donald Trump. Had 6 kids from past relationships, frittered away much of his winnings on a nasty gambling addiction. And once lived in a $1,000 a night Vegas hotel during a 3-month gambling bender. Never hired an accountant to deal with his taxes. Ultimately charged with tax fraud. Ended up owing the state over $2.5 million in overdue charges. Ended up filing for bankruptcy not once but twice. Sadly, as that case was set to go to trial, died of a heart attack at the age of 60. According to local press, he and his wife were living in squalid conditions in the final year of his life, with their only electricity coming through an extension cord that was rigged to their car engine. And stories of that nature, it's hard to imagine. That's, when my wife asked me yesterday, what would you do with $2 billion? I said, well, first of all, if you took the lump sum, which is, I think it's like 990 something million. I mean, almost $1 billion for the cash. Uncle Sam's going to take what, 2/3 of that, or close to half, maybe something like that. So you end up say you got $500 million. Guarantee you'll have 500 friends immediately expecting you're going to give them $1 million, right? Everyone you've ever known comes out of the woodwork. I said, it could ruin your life. Money can't buy you happiness. Money cannot buy you love, as we've always heard. So we got a few minutes before we hit news break there. Hey, we've done pretty good this morning. We do have clear lines, though, wide open, as we got a final hour coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. Final story was William, a.k.a. Bud Post. He was never good with money. He had served time in prison for writing bad checks. But in 1988, he thought, my problems are all over. He won $16.2 million from the Pennsylvania lottery. He blew 2/3 of his first annual payment of $500,000 buying a restaurant and a used car business for his kids. Quickly found himself back in debt. Even purchased a private plane. Even though he didn't have a pilot's license, he bought a mansion. Then his former girlfriend sued him for 1/3 of his winnings. And when he didn't pay it, a judge froze his assets. His relationship with his family quickly disintegrated to the point where one of his brothers actually hired a hitman to knock him off. Eventually forced to sell up everything he owned, and soon found his way back into prison for shooting at a repo man who tried to take one of his cars away. And by the time he died at the age of 66, he had been living off benefit payments. Got to be careful. Money, money, money. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news break, top of the hour. Again, we'll come back with a full hour yet to come at 844-844-3388. All right, it's November, right? And this November, drivers who stop at participating Pilot Flying J truck stops can try out the company's new Thanksgiving dinner, they say. Pilot says the new Thanksgiving entree will be available at more than 150 participating Pilot Flying J travel centers now through December while supplies last. Thanksgiving meal consists of brown sugar glazed ham, mashed sweet potatoes, cornbread stuffing. They said to show gratitude for our guests and the professional drivers working hard to deliver the holidays. Pilot Flying J will offer a 25% off deal through the My Rewards Plus app at participating locations from November 21st through the 27th, right there during Thanksgiving week. Nothing brings people together like food, and our first ever Thanksgiving meal is one way we're getting into the holiday spirit. According to the press release, for those looking to make the most of their holiday shopping and travels, Pilot Flying J, the ultimate on-the-go option to save on gas and gifts. Treat yourself to a classic seasonal meal and a cup of coffee. There you go. They've got 750 locations around the country, so not all locations will be offering this deal. But there you go. All right, as we head toward news break here, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around for any extended period of time with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage, as it is known, keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. You store your engine the right way, obviously, with Sta-Bil. And if you go to goldeagle.com, the website there, you can order your Sta-Bil, get 15% off your order at checkout by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. There you go. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Maruso reporting.
Both Democrats and Republicans are bringing their heavy hitters to Pennsylvania this weekend, with former President Donald Trump set to appear at a rally in Latrobe for Senate candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz Saturday night. Former President Barack Obama made his own appearance at the Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman's rally in Pittsburgh Saturday morning, urging Pennsylvania's Democrats to vote for candidates like Fetterman he says represents their state's best interests in Washington.
The only way to save democracy is if we together fight for it. And it starts with electing people who know you, who see you, who care about you.
Watch for a new intelligence report on UFOs.
A new defense intelligence report on UFOs is expected to be released in the next few days. The report describes recent incidents of unidentified flying objects and the explanations behind the sightings, including drone flights and weather balloons. The report could reveal if any of the UFOs are advanced spy craft flown by other countries. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Representative Johanna Hayes, Democratic Connecticut, won her seat in Congress in 2018. On the final weekend before Election Day, Georgia GOP Senate candidate Herschel Walker held one of his last rallies and speeches Saturday at a pregame event at his alma mater, the University of Georgia, urging Georgians to vote. Using football analogies, Walker encouraged voters to consider the Republican candidates the A-team ahead of Warnock and other Democratic candidates.
We stay together. We stay together, we can get this thing worked out. But what has happened right now is we got the C team in. We got the C team in that's lying to you. And they keep wanting to tell you that they're doing good, but they're not. They're lying to you right now.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable, or you simply just don't like how it works, well, right now, during open enrollment is a perfect time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 a month when they join MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to the industry. That's double. And MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for 30 years. It's shared more than $4 billion in healthcare bills. And here's why now is the perfect time to make the switch. If you join MediShare Complete by January 1st, they will waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off your first year. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month for all of next year. But again, it's a limited time offer. So yeah, you're not stuck. You've got a great option. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
3 days before the midterm elections, President Biden is campaigning in Joliet, Illinois, blasting Republicans who are threatening Social Security and Medicare.
Generations of Americans have counted on it, and it works. If we didn't have Social Security, the poverty rate for those over 65 would be 4 times what it is now. 4 times.
There's hope for our nation's homeless veterans.
Veterans in the U.S. experiencing homelessness are seeing the biggest decline in 5 years. New data released this week shows the number dropped by 11% since 2020. There were more than 33,000 homeless veterans in January of this year, compared to more than 37,000 in 2020. The new numbers show significant drops each year in homelessness from 2010 to 2016 as well. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
The late comedian Richard Jeni said this at the 1995 ESPYs. You're a football ref, an ordinary man, 60, 65 years old. You're not making the big millions like the football players, but you've got one thing. You got a button on the belt. Well, former ACC referee Ron Cherry used a moment in an otherwise forgettable 2007 game between Maryland and North Carolina State to make arguably the most famous call in college football history.
Personal foul. 69, offense. He was giving them the business.
Giving him the business. Can you look that up in the rule book?
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, I heard in the news break there talking about be watching for the latest UFO report. I guess they released it to Congress last week. It's supposed to be a 22-page review. Again, look, Congress got to see it among 366 UFO cases over the last year by U.S. officials. Only 150 could be explained away. Uh-oh. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence's classified document includes video evidence shot by Reaper drones in the Middle East that actually caught floating orbs hovering before suddenly bolting off the screen. Yeah, kind of similar situations back in 2004, the Tic Tac UFO case, witnessed by crew members of the USS Nimitz, supposedly included in the report as well. Those were the ones that displayed supersonic speeds and maneuverability that the technology doesn't exist. No apparent propulsion. You know, according to the source who informed the Daily Mail, the report, when delivered, will stress that half have been solved while pretty much ignoring the 150 cases that are still up in the air. You know, they're kind of patting themselves on the back that they've resolved over half of these UFOs, but we don't give a crap about the ones they've resolved. Yeah, there's balloons up there. Balloons are sometimes mistaken for unidentified aerial phenomenon. But there's a shish kebab load of classified videos that are pretty profound and pretty clear. They don't want to talk about this stuff, he says, because they're not sure what they are exactly. Okay. Anyway, the classified file mandated by the latest National Defense Authorization Act reportedly sent to the House and Senate Armed Services, Appropriations, Foreign Affairs, and Intelligence Committees. Now, there will be what we will see will be a public, unclassified version of the report sometime this week, they tell us. So Congress got to see a whole lot more than we will get to see or hear whenever they do release that later this week. It'd be interesting to see what they've got, though. On down to Arkansas. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Hey, Steve. Y'all were talking about a while ago that lottery, and you said take the lump sum, wind up with about, about 500 million or something like that, about $500 million.
Mm-hmm.
There's a site called After Lotto that gives you a pretty close idea of what you'll wind up with.
Okay.
You pick your state and enter the amount of the jackpot, and it'll tell you the lump sum option after taxes and the if you do the 30-year. In Ohio, which where you're at, your lump sum after taxes would be $656,218,128.75.
So it's going to be like 300 and
You
some.
think you can live on that?
Uncle Sam's going to get like 300 and some million. I would certainly think.
Yeah, because I think the lump sum before taxes, if I'm not mistaken, Powerball site said like 929 million.
Correct. Yep, almost $1 billion. That's unbelievable.
Yeah. You see that deal I sent you showed the map of that fog advisory? That covers a big part of several states.
Yes, it does.
Just about all of them. Mississippi. And, everything pretty well east of the I-30 and all that, and south of, east of I-30 in Arkansas, So, and of course, I-30 and US 67.
I guess lucky for you, you don't have to be out there driving in it tonight, right?
No, I took the dog out earlier, and it feels almost like a mist falling. That fog's so thick. And there are some, I was looking at radar a while ago, there are some scattered thunderstorms popping up in the state, too. So there are some rain out there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if you get in an area where it's raining, that'd kind of clear out the fog, wouldn't it? Then you'd have to deal with the rain.
Exactly.
But yeah, and when Knucklebuster said a while ago about Liberty is a top 25 team. They're they moved up to like 19th after that win Saturday. But I still argue with that final review. I think we got the 2 points. They said we didn't, so if we did, it would have sent it to overtime. But we probably won it in overtime.
That's
when you don't play the first half and then you start playing in the second half. But I'm worried about next week. Now we had 2 players that after the game on defense, our secondary has had problems all year. They've had a lot of injuries and all that, and we had 2 of them get arrested after the game. They were out there on Dixon Street celebrating, or not celebrating, but how kids do after the game, out there drinking and carrying on. And Fayetteville police asked them to get out of the street, and one of them stepped out of the street and then stepped back in it later, and deliberately, after the cop told him not to, so he grabbed him by the arm and he pulled away from him and shoved him, and another one grabbed him. So they both went to jail.
So what do they say? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know how kids are. I say kids are young adults,
Yeah.
They're over 18, but still yet. Most of them are. There may be a few in college that ain't 18 yet, but most of them are 18 to 21, 22, 23, 24-year-olds. And like you said, play stupid games, get stupid prizes. So.
Yes, sir.
But I thought I'd call in. I heard you say you done good until the final hour, and then you had wide open lines.
Yep, things quiet down. It's that loneliest hour in radio, as we call it.
Well, Monday morning's usually that way anyway, ain't it?
Typically, we've done pretty good the last few Mondays, surprisingly. I don't know, Tuesday, the last few months, or last few weeks have seemed quieter than Monday. We'll see how things go tonight, though.
Well, maybe it'll pick up. You only got about 45 minutes left anyway.
We will make
I'll
it
get
through.
off here and let you get in.
All right, have a good morning. Thanks for he sent me the link to the fog advisories. It's pretty widespread. Matter of fact, out there. Pull the map back up. Yeah, you've got western Tennessee, almost all of Mississippi, a good chunk of Missouri, all of Louisiana, over into eastern Texas, dense fog advisories. Other fog advisories, a good chunk of central and northern Georgia on over into western South Carolina and right through the heart of North Carolina. A lot of fog there in the southeast this Monday morning. All right, let me see. Over to the email bag. Truck and Phil checks in on a Monday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. One day before the full beaver moon of November 8th. Again, the best thing you can do is get out there on Election Day and vote. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back. Here we go. Only 48 days till Christmas. And don't forget, about this time, 24 hours from now, the moon, I'm guessing, probably going to be about halfway eclipsed. Eclipse that starts a little after 3 o'clock in the morning. Totality doesn't arrive till like 5:15. So you'll be watching the Earth's shadow begin eating away at the moon 24 hours from now. There you go. Steve checks in here a few moments ago. Good morning to all the listeners out there. Hopefully your weekend went well. It was productive, but restful for us. Finished up the yard work for the year. Did some other odds and ends that's been on the list. But here we are. It's Monday. Time to head into town, fire up the trash wagon, see what another day brings us. Can't get finished if you don't get started. Everybody enjoy their Monday. There you go. Thank you very much. Again, it's 844-844-3388. Steve, to answer your question about where Alabama shows up now that they've lost a second game in the polls, AP has them at number 10. The coaches poll has them at number 11. All right, took a hit with loss number 2 on the season. See, Steve, I heard you reporting on the damage down there in Idabel. Just kind of wondering, was that caused by the weather? Or was that a 55-gallon drum of ass whoop that got opened up near Dean A and from Merle's Pizza? All right, yes, right, Idabel. It's Roy Mercer. He was the one who said, I live down here in Idabel. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. Back in 2 on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, somebody earlier this morning said, you can't leave 60 seconds on the clock with Tom Brady. Now, it's not been the best of years. But looking here, there were 44 seconds left on the clock. Brady wasn't going to lose his fourth straight game with the Buccaneers. That's all the time he needed to put together a classic game-winning drive, resulting in a much-needed Bucs victory over the Rams, 16-13. After forcing the Rams to punt yet again, Los Angeles couldn't get anything going. After taking a 13-6 lead in the third quarter, Brady looked at the clock. He knew what had to be done. Now, of course, fans have seen it before, but with the way they've been playing at this point in the season, obviously there had to be some doubts in the fans' mind. But he put on his hard hat, got to work. 6 players were needed to send Tampa Bay with no timeouts left down the field, set up on their own 40-yard line, and a 28-yard strike to get into Rams territory. After another completion, Brady found Scotty Miller on back-to-back plays, 21 more yards, now down to the Rams' 7-yard line. Time for maybe just a couple of plays. Wasted no time going for old, reliable Mike Evans. All right. Though he didn't come up with the completion, Darian Kendrick was called for defensive pass interference. Now the Buccaneers were really in business. 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. Brady found Otten for a 1-yard score. Raymond James Stadium went wild as the Bucs scored the game-winning touchdown with just 9 seconds left on the clock. So there you go. 9 seconds left on the clock. All right. Heat Wave checks in on a Monday. What's going on, Heat Wave?
Good morning, senor. Well, if I could see without the sand getting in my eyes, I would have noticed it was clear skies instead of cloudy. Oh, I tell you what a rough day so far, and I just got started. Oh, let's see here. Well, the Houston Astros finally won a World Series. I guess that's true, that even a blind squirrel finds an acorn every now and then, so congrats to the Houston Astros.
They had a good season. I mean, I think they won 106 games, wasn't it, regular season?
Well, they've had a good season the last 6 years, and they still screwed it up.
Oh.
So, but yeah. Hey, how many teams scored, won over 100 games this year? I think it was like 3, 4 perhaps. Yeah. And those teams that won them many baseball games got knocked out in one hell of a hurry. So.
Yeah, L.A. I think L.A. had won 111 games, and they got knocked off in a hurry. Was it the Yankees that won over 100 games, then got bumped off?
I think so. Yeah. So, yeah, it was a competitive year, and well, the 3 teams that you would have thought would have been there were, but Houston finally overcame their bad luck. And of course, folks were saying, well, they were stealing signs and they were hitting them balls with the cork bats. And I said, well, you still have to connect the bat to the ball before anything really happens. So, yeah, give them their kudos. A&M didn't fail to disappoint. I don't know. I never heard of them having any injuries this year until after the game against Florida. So now they got injuries. It's like it's a little bit too late for that excuse now. So I'm sure Dingbat was pleasantly surprised because her Gators won. So that was all right. I had gotten a voicemail from Jolly Green Giant, and I don't know if y'all talked about this yet, but the CPAP machines, I think they're on a 3G mobile communication system. I got the ResMed 10, and I asked the doctor when I seen her, and she's a looker. Anyways, I I'd asked her about that, and she said, well, there is what do they call that, an SID card or S that does go into the machine, so it can be downloaded. But I know, Jolly Green Giant, he was worried about everybody not knowing about it. So I told him I'd say something.
Yeah,
about
he
it.
did bring that up
said it.
last week. I mean, his had stopped transmitting data back in April, so he was like 6 months with not having any of the data transferred. Now, I don't know how much memory that insertable chip would have on it. If I'm probably a couple weeks worth, maybe, or is it more?
For me in the past, it seems like it was a whole lot more than just a couple of weeks. It seemed like I had to download it every 90 days because that's what they need to know is your last 90 days, especially when you go in for a DOT physical. They want to make sure that you are using that machine.
Correct.
So at least 90 days, if not longer. I guess it depends on the type of card you put in there, how much memory it has. So... But, and mine is getting kind of tore up, with the running sleepers and that machine getting disassembled and reassembled and disassembled. All the rubber pieces are starting to fall off or get destroyed. So I made mention about it to my doctor, and she says, well, we don't have a system here at our sleep clinic to get it fixed, but we'll put in a repair order and see what happens. And I guess they come out with a Model 11 on the ResMed side, but my understanding is they're backed-ordered to the moon. So what's going to happen to these drivers that's supposed to have a sleep apnea machine if their machine breaks and they can't find a spare to fix it with? So I'm
Yeah, we had the one gentleman that called in. We had the one guy called in last week, and he'd been waiting for 14 months. Yeah, he had one of the machines that was recalled, and he'd been waiting for it 14. Still hadn't got it yet.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that's part of that supply line issue.
Yep.
But I'm one of the fortunate ones. I have two of the same machine. Snyder bought the other one for me prior to me leaving them, coming to Yellow. And then Yellow buys me a brand new one. And I said, but I got one already, brand new, hadn't been used. No, we got to have it set up our way. Well, so if this one craps out, I can take it back I can take the other one in to the doctor and have them work on, set it up for them. Other than that, and it was just getting firewood. I bought a cord of wood today for $320. 3 weeks ago, it was $280. It's like, damn. I mean, wood is going up, especially here in New Mexico. I don't want to get a pellet stove because I just enjoy watching the fire in the fireplace because it's very therapeutic and relaxing. So,
well, why don't you move on over to California? I don't think you're allowed to you're not allowed to have a wood burning stove there, are you anymore? I don't think you are. All right, thank you much, Heatwave. Hey, we got to get our news break. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. President Joe Biden and former Presidents Barack Obama and Donald Trump head to Pennsylvania, hoping to tip the balance in a midterm race that could determine control of the Senate. Biden is talking up his party's book, saying he plans to discuss high prices and record profits with big oil companies as the rest of us deal with high energy bills. Meanwhile, former President Barack Obama caps a 5-star tour aimed at stemming the party's losses in Tuesday's congressional elections with appearances in Pittsburgh alongside Democratic Senate nominee John Fetterman before heading to Philadelphia, where he'll take the stage at Temple University with President Biden. North Korea has launched a series of missiles this week, including a possible failed intercontinental ballistic missile, drawing condemnation from the United States, South Korea, and Japan, and raising speculation it could be preparing to resume nuclear weapons testing for the first time since 2017. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, with Election Day almost here. Interesting how they say that gearing up to report the midterm election results. American television networks are facing an uncomfortable question. How many viewers will believe them? Rampant distrust in the news media and a rash of candidates who've kind of telegraphed they may claim some sort of fraud if they lose. The news anchors and the executives trying to find new ways to tackle the attacks on the process that have infected politics since the last election night in 2020. For entrepreneurs of chaos, making claims about the election system as a route to greater glory, according to the chief political analyst for CBS News, who will co-anchor the network's coverage tomorrow night. Elections and the American experiment exist basically on faith in the system. If people don't have faith in the system, they might decide to take things into their own hands. CBS has been televising elections since 1948, but this is the first year the network has felt obligated to actually install a dedicated, what they call democracy desks, as a cornerstone to the live coverage. Just a few feet from the actual co-anchors in the Times Square studio, election law experts and correspondents will report on fraud allegations and threats of violence at the polls. It is not traditional, according to CBS's executive editor of politics, who's covered election nights for 30 years. But I'm not sure we'll ever have traditional again, she said. But across the industry, they tell us networks have deployed dozens of reporters to state capitals around the country. Journalists have spent weeks cultivating relationships with local election officials, learning the minutia of ballot counting procedures, which vary from state to state. Still, an election night that ends without a clear indication of which party will control the House and the Senate, which is a likely possibility, given the dozens of tight races, could present an extended period of uncertainty out there, which would allow rumors and disinformation to run rampant. Of course, Americans' trust in the national news media has never been lower. Barely 1/3 of adults in a recent Gallup poll expressed they have confidence in the media. Now, CNN's political director says, I cannot control what politicians are going to say. If they want to call an election result into question, you've got to be clear. When it's a partial picture, that nothing about that is untoward. Of course, go back 2 years ago, TV networks prepared for the pandemic-related headaches. Speculation that Trump might resist conceding defeat. But this year, 2022, has presented some real novel challenges. So that'll be interesting. Of course, you remember back in 2020 when Fox News made that early call in Arizona, signaling that Joe Biden might emerge victorious there. A lot of people were outraged with that. I remember that night very clearly. A lot of people flipped off Fox News and went to some of the alternatives at the time. I think Newsmax picked up a whole bunch of viewers when they made that call there early election night 2 years ago. Midnight Special, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
What's
happening? I wanted to call in and respond to it's going pretty good. I just wanted to call in and respond to that caller that called in saying we should follow in the footsteps of Venezuela. I've been to Venezuela whenever I was working for Uncle Sam, and I think maybe he should take a trip over there and see how people are starving over there, and they ration their food.
Mm-hmm.
He'll go back on that real quick. He's over there, I watched the Trump rally Saturday night there at the house, and I didn't hear Trump say a word about doing away with fossil fuels at that rally.
Correct.
But he did say one thing that I didn't agree with. I felt like he shouldn't have said it. He took a jab at DeSantis, and I sort of felt like, I'm not going to not vote for him because of it, but I felt like he shouldn't have said what he said about DeSantis. But I understand he's trying to get something across, but that Pelosi deal, if they were standing there whenever he hit that man with a hammer, that would have constituted using deadly force right there. So that's sort of weird right there. You know, but we'll never know the story.
You mean the fact that they did not use any sort of, I mean, they didn't tase him, they didn't shoot him, they just supposedly they tackled him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, if in his position, if they were Secret Service or whatever they were, you know, if they'd hit that man with a hammer, you thought that would have been use of deadly force right there if they were standing there and they saw that, you know, or done something else, you know, besides just tackle the guy, you know, hitting the guy with a hammer. I don't care who he is. That's pretty bad right there. But who knows what happened, Steve? Who knows what happened?
Yeah. And we may never know the rest of the story. Yeah. So are you talking about Ron? I mean, when Trump referred to Ron DeSantis as Ron DeSanctimonious, is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, he called him something funny last night. He called him something funny. I think that's what he called him.
Ron DeSanctimonious.
And yeah. I felt like he should have let him alone because, you know, during this pandemic, I think Ron was about the only governor that got it right. You know, he didn't lock everybody down and force stuff on people like these other states did.
Not for anywhere near the length of time many of the others did. Everybody had briefly shut down, but yeah, he was one of the first to say, "Hey, we can't keep the kids out of school forever. You got to get the kids back in school." And you know, obviously they had to shut down the theme parks, but then of course, yeah, he worked as quickly as possible to get the economy back up and running there. Yeah. I mean, it's. Several people have mentioned in recent weeks, I hope Donald Trump doesn't get into kind of a urinating match with Ron DeSantis, but in the last couple of weeks, appears to be, what would you say, some friction there. Trump said, let's see, there's Trump at 71%. Ron DeSanctimonious, that's his little handle he gave him, DeSanctimonious at 10%. Mike Pence at 7%. Oh, Mike's doing better than I thought. Liz Cheney, there's no way. She's at 4%. No way, no way. So we're 71% to 10% to 7% to 4%. Ted Cruz is doing a good job, by the way. He didn't like me for a while, but we got to be good friends. Trump... Traditionally, I mean, we know he kind of trolls his political virals, and DeSantis was no exception. All right. After he made that comment Saturday, he did tell people to go out and vote for DeSantis on Tuesday there, because, of course, that's the Florida governor race where he looks for re-election. But I guess we'll have to wait in short order after. Yeah, again, we shared earlier that Trump may actually say something tonight. Yeah, some of the headlines are saying he might announce that he's going to run for the president in 2024. Yeah, some reports are also saying that DeSantis may also, shortly after the midterms, announce his intentions of maybe running for the nomination in 2024 as well. Yeah, remember back, I guess the biggest key to that was, the biggest hint was during the debate when I think Christ asked him to make the pledge that he would serve the full 4 years of a term, and he wouldn't make that commitment. So kind of alluding to the fact, maybe a couple of years worth. But all right, Knuckle Buster, yes, sir.
Oh, I appreciate you letting me have a second go around there. I don't know. We'll wait and see what he says. That's all we can do there, right?
All right.
Well, price of gas, you can't run. Well, they don't recommend that you run small engines off of ethanol gas. So you got to go down there and buy that ethanol free, which is a lot higher. It's like $40 or something down there around my house. Just regular old gas is $3 or something. So if you're gonna run a chainsaw, keep tearing it up, having to replace the carburetor and all that in it, you're gonna have to buy the real stuff. So I don't know. The price of everything's going up there. I was talking to my neighbor on the northeast corner. We were both out mowing grass, and we stopped there at the fence line, just kind of just chit chat with each other. And he told me if I just win that lottery, see, that him and I both could retire. I said, yeah, that's true, but if you win it, then I can't retire. I couldn't give you enough legal advice that you'd take my advice from it, though. Then the guy that lived on the backside of me there, he come driving down the road. He pulled over to talk to us. He blames Trump for everything. I told him, I said, I'll see y'all later. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. I hope that red wave happens, but if it don't, it just don't. All right, have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. It's time to wind this thing up, and I know I don't need no anti-gel, but I could show you some everyday diesel treatment, right?
There you go. Yep. Not quite time, but yeah, not too early to order and stock up on your winter anti-gel, because won't be long. You'll be needing that. There you go, 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Now, maybe we can get an update from our Canadian truck driving friend Terry. Haven't heard from Terry in a while. I know he listens in because he once in a while he'll post on Facebook or YouTube, however he tunes us in, but he hadn't given us a call. But looks like north of the border there, remember the blockades that were taking place along the U.S.-Canada border early this year, back in January and February? You know, same time they had some of the convoy things going there in Canada. I guess there's several drivers that their trials are getting underway. They're facing up to 10 years in prison for kind of being, I guess, the leaders involved in the blockade there. Truck drivers from Edmonton, Medicine Hat, Red Deer, Fort Macleod, and Calgary are converging on the southern Alberta community to show solidarity with the three men that are facing charges for their role in the 2-week-long border blockade. They're along the U.S.-Canadian border, Montana, back in January and February. Police have blocked off streets leading into downtown near the courthouse, where those three are set to appear Rebel News chief videographer was on the scene this past morning. It's sort of like Friday morning, where there's dozens of trucks gathered just outside of downtown. More are expected to arrive over the past weekend to support the 3 men that are going to face trial. There's police in every corner. There's cruises guarding the highway exits. Marco van Hugenbos, Alex Van Herk, and George Janses, accused of being key organizers. This was the COVID restriction demonstrations that were taking place that saw hundreds of trucks, tractors, farm equipment, and thousands of people who had joined the blockade. Of course, that protest actually drew support on both sides of the border. The prosecutor is looking for a 10-year prison sentence for the trio, though. 5.5 years longer than recent sexual assault charge that he had tried. They want to put these COVID protesters in jail longer than a sexual assault offender. Anyway, they said, we've got the media on the ground, and they've set up a trucker defense fund where people can donate for the truck drivers there. Truckerdefensefund.com, I guess, is the website. So, yeah, interesting. I just came across that a few minutes ago. Hadn't been aware that was going on. 10 years, though? Rooster, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, Monday. How was your weekend? Anything special?
Well, I worked about all weekend out here. And I guess been pushing so damn hard. It done got me a good head and chest cold going now. Feeling pretty rough this morning. But
yeah, boy.
I didn't come into the show there at about 3 o'clock there, and I was just been listening and wondering, has any of these guys this morning, before, like I said, I didn't get to start listening to the show until about midway through. Has anybody done any early voting there last week? I went Thursday on my way, and heck of a crowd, man. It took me an hour and 15 minutes just to get through
I've spoken to several drivers have called in that have done the early voting thing. Now, actually, Monkey Gouger had called in that very first hour, and he said he and his wife had gone down. I think he said they waited like an hour and a half. He had the line all the way out through the parking lot, he said.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to hear people are getting out. I hope they do it again today and tomorrow, but I was just curious. Like I said, I didn't get rolling out here till about 3 o'clock. So I hope everybody puts forth the effort. Don't let the weather hold them up, no matter where they're at. But anxious to see how things turn out tomorrow. I really am. So I'm not hollering at you this morning. I know you're getting ready to wrap it up. So.
Yeah, we all just kind of wonder if we'll know anything by Tuesday night. Of course, we'll be here all night, till 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, maybe we'll have a better picture by the time we close out on our Tuesday morning, or Wednesday morning, a Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. But yeah, we'll be following the numbers all night long. Yeah, we talked in the first hour as well about some shortages of diesel, especially in the Northeast there. Someone posted a photo along, what interstate is that? It's the big lit-up sign, Allentown Plaza, no diesel. There are some shortages, and you may run into a truck stop here and there that are out of diesel here and there, and they're saying this could be for the next several weeks. Now, that was like yesterday morning. Allentown Plaza, no diesel. You seen anybody out of diesel in your travels this morning, Horse Feathers?
I have not, but if you're talking Allentown, that was probably Interstate 78 or US 22. So, anyways, we got to remember, we don't really have a justice system left here, in at least our country, and I'm sure the people north of the border have even less. It's a high-priced legal system, and when you mess with people's money, they use their other money to go after you. And it doesn't matter how big a fish you are, because even Donald Trump found that out, because when he switched parties and that money started coming after him now. But anyways, there, hey, with TB12 there, I heard a report, and I don't know if you can substantiate this or not, but for the last drive there, he had the guys, instead of wearing numbers on their chest, he had them put pictures of Giselle on there, of which one was going to be the intended receiver. And apparently the ball went into their chest so hard it about knocked the wind out of them when they caught it. Is there any, substantiating reports to that at all?
Can't say that I've heard any such thing, Horse Feathers, not that I'm aware of.
All right. And I guess with all this football news and that, maybe, and did I hear you say something about this moon coming up? Not only is it the blood moon, it's going to be the beaver moon.
That is correct, yes. The blood red beaver moon.
Well, boy, be careful going there. Be careful going there. But yeah, blood red beavers there. But maybe, with all the football stuff going on, maybe we're due for that interview again from Hudson and Landry there with Bruiser LaRue there. And I think he talks about some nasty beavers or something, doesn't he?
Seems like that.
Anyway, hey, we'll let you go with that and see if you can get this show done with.
All right. Seems like that did come up in the conversation there. All right. Somebody had posted a snapshot of this wasn't a truck stop. This was I believe, a Shell location, Midway, Kentucky. Wherever Midway is, sorry, we are out of diesel. Yeah, Midway, Kentucky. All right. There you go. As we wind things down here, one final note while we're on that topic. According to Verify, the 25-day metric from the Energy Information Administration is based on refineries stopped producing oil. If they stopped, and if we stopped importing, both of those are not likely. What this shows was that the overall supply of oil is impacted by the market, which means there are indeed higher prices, especially in places like Massachusetts, saying the state average there $5.78 per gallon. 85 cents a gallon more than you were paying just a month ago. There in the Northeast. All right, thanks so much for joining us here on a Back to Work Monday. Appreciate you being with us. Come on back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll be rolling into Election Day of 2022, finally, here on the Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.